Okay, welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 224, take 2. It looks like it's going a wee bit better now, so I'm not sure what happened. So let's kick off the intro and do a few checks again. Hopefully it sounds alright. And we'll recap what we've done and hopefully do it a wee bit better. Earl Grey. There's definitely something happening with Google tonight. I'm not sure what's going on. There's Johnny. There's Robert. He's a bit frustrated tonight. Hopefully everyone's gonna find us. Alien Grey, going down to the base. It's only 2 watching, so what's going on? Went to the 9. Angry trolls. We've got 1 on the site. 872. Yeah, let's see if this goes better this time. Hello. Good to be back. Hopefully. Okay, let's have fun. No trolling, no swearing. We got moderators that will keep control of it down the side, and no promoting, self-promotion. And hopefully we got a desktop again. Yay! Seems to be going better now. And we've got people slowly joining us again. Hit the likes, guys. I've got a bit unmute Robert. Hey, Robert. What are we doing tonight?
Hello. Okay. Do you only get that feeling of deja vu?
Yeah, been here, done that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Take 2. Okay. So Llanerchymedd, Anglesey, UK, Wales. Yeah, just maybe 10 to 12 miles from my doorstep. My friend told me of an unusual event that occurred there, which, you know, was not just a UFO sighting, it was a landing of a UFO plus occupants. So he tried to find it on the internet. I mean, he couldn't, but anyway, so we had other things to catch up on. So after he'd gone, it stuck in my mind what he'd said. So I searched a bit deeper, and hell yeah, this is real enough. Okay, I'll leave you a link now, Paul.
We got. Oh, yeah, you can post it, but I think we already got it up anyway. Post it for the people, so it's there on the side.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Start again.
Yeah. So Robert lives over here. I'll just recap, and he saw a UFO sighting in the 70s, was it?
No, good God, no. I reckon it was about the year 2000, Paul. I was around about 30 at the time.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, early 30s anyway.
Yeah, he saw it was out fishing and went into a cove. You can find his story about that UFO sighting in our archives. And now we're looking at this location here. How did you say that one again? Llanerchymedd or
Llanerchymedd.
Llanerchymedd. I can't say that.
That's 2 L's and an N to 2 D's.
Yeah, well, it's a tongue twister.
Yeah, don't ask for instructions in Wales because you end up covered in spittle.
Okay, so instead of going to that first website, we just want to make sure it's not related to that thing. So here's a brief summary of the event and follow-up. So we'll just read out their basic information here this time. Let's see how it goes. Is Shelley with us again? Oh, yep. Take 2. I did do the reader, didn't I? There's definitely something going on against us at the moment.
September the 1st, 1978. Llanerchymedd, Anglesey, UK. Patoyan. Brief summary of the event and follow-up. A story from fragmentary sources indicates that in September 1978, there were several UFO sighting reports in the north of Wales, UK, that would have begun on September the 1st in the night. Farmer John Roberts hunted rabbits, when at approximately 8 p.m. he suddenly saw a shining and bright white light slowly going down from the sky near the village of Llanerchymedd, Anglesey. It is said he saw that villagers looked towards a bumpy field behind new residences. Others saw a large silver sphere above the field, or this field. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mrs. Patoyan, in her bedroom with her 2-year-old daughter Adele, reportedly saw a light, or this light. She was looking by the window and also saw 3 men walking through the field. She said they wore silver grey outfits with a kind of hat on their heads, attached to the outfits. They were all well more than 6 feet tall. She saw only their backs. She saw that the cows were terrified because of these men. They fled. Frightened, she ran to the village to find her husband.
Okay, so that was a wee bit better summary than the other one, I thought.
Yeah.
So 3 humanoids, 1.8 meters high, silver grey suits, outfit with a kind of hat attached. Doesn't that sound a wee bit like Pascagoula UFO case here?
No, I wouldn't say it's like Pascagoula at all. That was a strange beast indeed, Pascagoula. We'll cover that on another day.
So there was, do you want us to read it out, or do you want to read it out like you did last time?
Put the reader on it, see what it does. I mean, we had trouble with the reader before. If it's working now, that's no problem.
Right. I'm not too sure what's happening in the side chat there, so I'll have a look in a minute.
"10 years ago, September 1978, Anglesey villagers talked about their visitors from outer space. As North Wales, England, police reported a spate of UFO sightings. It started the night of the 1st, when Farmer John Roberts was out shooting rabbits. He said, "It was about 8 o'clock when suddenly I saw a bright, shining white light slowly descend from the sky in the vicinity of the village. When Mr. Roberts arrived, villagers were gazing towards a hilly field behind a new housing estate. Mrs. Patoyan was in her bedroom with her 2-year-old daughter, Adele, some 10 minutes after Mr. Roberts saw his bright light. She said, "I happened to look out of the window and saw 3 men walking across the field. The cows were terrified of them and stampeded away. They were wearing silver grey suits with a sort of cap on their heads which was attached to the suits. They were all well over 6 feet tall, but I only saw their backs, and I was very frightened. I ran to the village to find my husband." North Wales police said that UFO sightings had been reported from Rwabon, Wrexham, Colwyn Bay and Prestatyn.
Well, it didn't sound too bad.
No, it made the mess of Anglesey, but there we go. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's
well,
not really important.
I make a mess of names too, so I can't really blame the computer too much.
No.
And of course it's American. Americans like to stuff up English anyway.
Well, they do a good job of that.
So, Albert, is a witness.
Albert Zali. I don't know who that guy is, but yeah.
Then you could repeat your story again about your
Albert
name.
Rosals indicates in his catalogue that in Anglesey, Wales, on September the 1st, 1978, in the evening, independent witnesses including one man hunting rabbits near the village watched a bright white light slowly descend behind a new housing estate. Others saw a large silvery sphere above a field. One witness, along with her young daughter, happened to look out the window and saw 3 very tall men walking across the field. These men wore silvery grey outfits with a sort of cap on their heads which was attached to their suits. The witness ran to the village to find other witnesses.
Okay. So we're talking about multiple witnesses because we really
Yes, we are.
And children out playing soccer or something in the field saw it. And they would be good to interview because they'll still be alive today. Shortly after 8 p.m. MUFON journal. And what I mean by journal, it's obviously...
No, Paul, we've already read this.
We already read that one? I thought these were...
yeah.
I thought these... Oh, right, they're on different systems, right. Okay, I'm with you. And that's on NICAP's one. And what was the next bit?
Yeah.
UFO DNA.
So, you know, it's well documented.
Right. So it's on multiple databases. Is it the same story, though?
Yes.
Is there anything new there? That's what I'm asking. Witness named Hisk. What's the name? Hiskkeith.
Yeah, it was quite difficult to find anything on this case, to be honest. But I knew it existed. This is the best, that I could find.
And then we're going down to the fireman bit, which you can repeat the story again.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got practicing.
Sure.
You got points practicing. At least the right click's working now.
The reports of the events are rather confused, with a possible confusion with another case as regards MB1. The description of the 3 entities as being men, with the description of their outfit. The lack of strangeness makes me think of firemen in fireproof outfits.
Well, okay. I mean, it took me like 20 minutes to debunk this debunk. I phoned up, what's it actually called again now? North Wales Fire and Rescue Service.
Mm-hmm.
And after like 4 phone calls, I managed to get through to the right person who told me that this was absolute nonsense, that the firefighting suits they used in those days with the breathing apparatus was black tops with yellow high visibility bottoms. That doesn't sound anything like a silver suit, does it? Plus, they wouldn't have been in the area in the middle of the field putting out a ghost fire with that kind of equipment on. It's just a complete nonsense. I mean, let's face it, the guys weren't even carrying any fire equipment of any kind on them. So what are they going to do with the fire anyway? Piss on it?
It looks like a soccer field there.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the bottoms didn't even have zips, so that would have been a bit of a problem. Oh, never mind. Yeah, sure. But you can check that out yourself. You can get in touch with North Wales Fire and Rescue Service.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe that stupid debunk. I don't really know why that guy didn't do his own research and get in touch with him himself, like I did. And it wasn't hard, I can tell you.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of places where...
Well, yeah, this is a modern map now, Paul. 1978, which is 42 years ago, isn't it? There's not much there. It's just fields. It's arable land, farming land.
It would have been less there, is what I was going to say.
Of course.
Certainly, a lot of football fields and paddocks with trees where it could have landed there anyway. But at least that's working properly now. You can see how fast it's going now. So yeah, and we got the eyewitness account here, but we haven't got got to that yet, have we? I think we have actually. And you were talking about your mate. Can you repeat?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's left me not traumatized by any means, but it's certainly left me deep in thought. What happened? Oh God, let me get this right now. The relationship, yeah. It was a stepdad's parents, and they were driving from Wilver there's a nuclear power station there, you see. So I was just thinking maybe there could be a correlation of the aliens and the nuclear power station, but I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking. But yeah, either way, they were travelling between there and Llanerchymedd, where they came down the bend, and there was a dirty grey alien in a silver suit in the middle of the road. He ran out in front of them. They tried to brace the impact. They passed straight through this being, this creature, whatever it was. They looked back. This thing was still there, and in a flash of light, it had gone. They seen a flash of light, and it disappeared.
And as we said last time, that's the actual creature vanishing, not actually going to a UFO and vanishing.
No, just a creature vanishing.
Which sounds almost like an interdimensional or portal happening there.
Yeah.
So if they're in a suit, maybe the suit was part of the craft, you know, to travel in. You know what I mean? Like a jumpsuit, like they use Rocket Man.
Well, like, you know, I think we're guessing like children, aren't we?
Yeah, of course. But it's good to fantasize how it could have all developed. So we ruled out being firemen because they weren't even in the area at that particular time, as we said last time.
No, they had a quick look at him. He knew it. He knew about it. You know, I'm sure he did. He said that was not us. That was his words. That was not us.
And your mate, you gave his credentials. I'm not sure if he's told it this time. Navy, ex-Navy man, or is he still Navy?
Royal Navy. He's ex-Navy now. He'd be quite elderly now.
Right.
But
we're getting older, all of us.
Yeah.
Older and wiser. So where to now then? I think we've covered it, have we? Apart from the interview maybe. Let's see. I think we got it queued up this time, right? Let's just make sure it's all going to come out all right here.
And we are here.
You see, I've known James for a long time.
David,
and he's not like the person to tell me porcupines, you know.
Right. So we're just going to play the clip. You're just talking over it. Maybe there's a slight delay there. I think the volume I got set up.
Mark saw the two figures walking that way. One of which had his arms up in the air.
So they were right by this spot here.
Yeah. Originally, Mark was playing with his friends in the estate, and somebody shouted, "Oh, look, there's a flying saucer coming down!" And they ran to the gate, and he actually saw over there somewhere something coming down slowly.
Mm-hmm.
A white
I'll just zoom
object.
in a bit.
Another witness said it was oval coming down. And David came into the field and he saw these two figures walking across the field. And he was only 100 yards away, so he had a pretty clear view, but because of diminishing light, he couldn't remember noticing the legs.
Okay, we're on location, and Emlyn's going to now explain this map here that explains the layout of where we are.
The corner of that field is there.
Just along that tree line there.
It's that way around.
Okay.
And we are here. So David Mark saw the two figures walking that way, one of which had his arms up in the air.
So they were right by this spot here. Emlyn and Mike are going to try and reenact the path that the two humanoid figures were walking when they were in the field that day. So off you go, fellas.
Oh, exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a bit pointless though, isn't it?
So this is roughly the path that they took, moving away from Mark at that time.
Yeah, but was the field all grown over?
Yeah, smile, boys!
Or what?
Can you describe what they were wearing?
It was all grey suits. All grey suits, completely covering the head, but he couldn't remember seeing the head or the legs. He could only
mic on
it was at dusk, so there was diminishing light.
Yeah,
okay, so parts of the upper body then.
He couldn't describe the legs or the head. He couldn't remember it.
It was dusk.
Just
Paul.
basically, they were wearing clothes that were not normal attire for this area, were they?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Not
that
to
was
mention
like,
travelling in a
weak
vehicle.
Conception with the
Yeah,
UFO
was it
coming down
weak
on
Yeah,
us.
not travelling in a vehicle you would expect to see on a road or a field.
8
Yeah.
p.m. in
And Pat
September.
Owen saw
this part of the
three
world,
figures
it's
in the
getting
corner of
dark
that
then,
field, walking that way and then turning and
but
going
it's
that
not
way.
dark, if you know what I mean.
Okay, this is Mrs. Patricia Owen, who saw something from her bedroom window. Hello, Pat or Patricia?
Pat.
Pat.
Yeah.
What is that, Pat? Can you tell us exactly what you saw?
You know the big tree over there? The taller one?
Tall one in the hedge, yeah?
Yeah, behind there. These three. I don't know what they were. Humans are walking up the hill here.
In the other field?
Yeah,
Yeah.
other field.
The field a bit better, yeah?
Yeah.
What did these figures look like?
I don't know, only see the behind them.
Yeah.
Over 7 foot.
7 foot.
Yeah,
What were they wearing?
like a silver suit.
Silver suits.
Who's this
Yeah.
guy interviewing?
Right, and what speed were they walking? Were they walking fast or slow?
It's from Sponsor UFO Network.
Like we do.
Just like we did.
Yeah.
Oh, the other thing is, forgot to mention, a lot of cows and horses were disturbed by the object.
They sorted out the
So you
mic.
look
Do you think
at
that's
the
maybe-
Mark
back,
actually saw cows actually
not
running
even
away.
any gorse, you know.
Cows are
No, there's no gorse, trees and wheat. Well, looks like wheat grass.
Yeah. The cows
Yeah,
are running
yeah,
away.
yeah, yeah.
That's what we heard about that, yeah.
And you're
what
barbed
about
wire there,
the
so
positioning of them as they walked?
assume there's animals that in there at
In relation
times.
to each other.
Well, one was
Yeah,
there, one's
yeah.
here, and one's about from there.
So there's like
Yeah.
in a group, was it? Or
Yeah.
In a line.
Yeah.
I understand a lot of children in the playing out saw the object, an object coming down in the
Yeah.
sky.
Could see a tractor or something behind them there.
From Llanerchymedd.
No, it was an
Did you
animal.
see the object coming down?
No.
Did they tell you where the object was that they saw coming down?
Well, saw it in
Is
the
the
square.
vehicle there?
Well, the children were in the square.
And
Yeah.
people.
And where was the object that they saw?
I don't know, in the sky, just flew over.
Pat Owen, who lived in that house, heard the kids came up to her. She was standing outside the house and said, "Oh, there's a flying saucer." And she ran into the house upstairs, and then that's when she saw the three tall men walking parallel to a hawthorn hedge, which is here. That's hawthorn. And
Okay.
she observed them for 2 minutes, walking side by side up an inclined field, which is that field there.
I mean, again, in it, she doesn't say, "Oh, it was just a farmer" or "kids messing around." This is definitely something you don't see every day, especially in your local
I mean,
area.
RAF Valley is not that far behind, far away. People in the area are familiar with seeing military aircraft and helicopters flying around. So, makes you think.
Mm.
And the 2 boys were living here, and up, was talking to their mother. And I went upstairs with my daughter, and then saw, I didn't see the silver thing, only the after people, whatever they were, walking up. And then
And that's
I
the
went
guy
out,
there, is it?
and we get back, there were helicopters and police everywhere.
So the military were
Yeah.
in the area.
Yeah, so you went out to meet your husband, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you came back and
No way I was in the
the
house.
place was full of commotion.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Broadhaven to a degree because humanoids have been seen in a field. And it's similar, very similar.
Similar in what way? What do you...
Well, it's
Yeah.
like in wearing suits and been seen in a field.
covered
Like
that
the one
one
in
in
Broadhaven
previous
was
life.
just up from Haven 4
You
Hotel.
did, yes.
That was a similar case, that was in a field.
Timeline, 8:15, Mark Hesketh, saw the light descending. 2021, he saw the two figures walking across the field. 6 foot tall.
All right then, boys. So Mike just made a valid point when we were doing that little reenactment, that if this is the direction they turn towards, the most likely direction they were heading is towards maybe... There's a gate just down by there. So that's most likely the direction they were heading. Probably, no, most likely back to their craft or means of transport for that day. Right, so this is roughly the field where the witnesses said they saw the craft, is it? Or the lights that had that white bullet shaped
Came down, because it's behind the
Oh, that's right, yeah, they said they saw something coming down and it was bullet shaped, and this is roughly where
Oh, we've
where
heard
it was.
bullet shape before, haven't we?
One
We
witness, a
have
boy, 12 years
indeed.
old, Elian Williams,
And this
8
was-
o'clock in the evening.
Okay.
He saw a circular craft emitting a bright light descending. 15 minutes later, there's when Mark Hesketh and his friends saw this bullet-shaped bright white light with a glowing red band around the perimeter, with red lights across the breadth of the object. Nearing ground level, he noticed it had two protrusions, one each side, landing behind trees, which would have been those trees there. It was in that
Okay, just in the distance there.
Yeah. At the same time as that, a Patricia Parry, who was 27, living in the estate, saw an oval light, silver white, descending and revolving slowly, moving off to the southwest and descending slowly. So she probably saw the same object. Did you see any in the days afterwards? Did you hear any noises, aircraft or any
Can't remember.
activity?
It used to close the windows about 6 o'clock every night after that.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
Your husband told me you were quite shaken up with the incident.
Yeah. Never seen anything like that before.
There was a lot of military activity in the 2-3 days following it.
Well, so this is another case
This
where...
was on 1st of September in the evening, and on the early morning of the 3rd of September, there was a loud explosion heard.
Again, another
That's
explosion.
a man who didn't want to give his name at the time. So,
If we just clarify something...
helicopters and lots of activity happening down there.
Yeah, if we just clarify something here, we've seen a lot of cases now, all totally different from each other, but a couple of similarities and things that correspond. Military, loud explosions, and lights in the sky, and occasionally, you know, you see people, maybe strange people walking in the field, but what it all means, who knows? But
Well,
it's not something that is something random. There is definitely a pattern to it all, isn't there?
There's a good chance that back 40 years ago, some of these houses over there wouldn't have been built. You know, they look,
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
you know, so there'd be less people living around here.
oh, you're pretty old, maybe.
We said that too.
Yeah.
That one there, that white one there, that's new. The rest of them could have been there. I mean, we're talking
Yeah.
78, it's not ancient history.
Yeah.
And there were some investigators come to visit you
Yeah,
afterwards.
yeah. So a solicitor from America came.
Really?
Solicitor. What did he ask about?
That mic is really
He was
annoying.
interested in UFOs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are we the first ones to bother you after the event?
No, no.
Oh, there's been a few over the years.
Oh
hasn't
yeah, it's loads. Yeah. They
It
need to
was
film
me, I
that.
would cleaned up that
Few
audio
years
quite a
ago.
lot.
The girl living here now.
Okay.
She was in the film.
It does sound better than I played it originally.
Part of the
Yeah.
kids who saw it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But you can get rid of all
Was that
that
British
noise if
film
you
I
clever
don't
enough.
know.
Do you remember the title of the film?
No.
We'll have to look that up then.
It's 40 years ago, no?
Fuck.
Because it was
Yeah.
1st of September.
Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah. I've got notes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough
Thanks
for
for
that
coming on
one.
the
I think.
morning to see us.
Yeah, I think.
So, see if I got that right. They're talking about a UFO, and then from that UFO come the bullet craft. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, bullet. Well, no, it was a bullet-shaped UFO they seen.
So it
the
started
children
as a,
originally thought it was a helicopter.
did it start off as an orb, as what we heard there? Was it? They talked about seeing a craft, an orb, and then the bullet-shaped craft. I'm not sure if it would come from it or it turned into the bullet-shaped craft. Probably have to go back and replay it. Whereabouts was it? Are we still live? Yeah, it looks like it's going alright. Just wonder why there's so few people around now. Whereabouts was it talking about the bullet craft? About there, was it?
I mean, again, in it, she doesn't say, oh, it was just a farmer or kids messing around. This is definitely something you don't see every day, especially in your local area.
RAF Valley's not that far behind, far away. People in the area are familiar with seeing military aircraft and helicopters flying around. So, makes you think.
Mm.
And the two boys were living here, and I was talking to their mother, and I went upstairs with my daughter, and then saw. I didn't see the silver thing underneath. You have to people, whatever they were, walking up, and then I went out, and I would get back.
You could
to
see a silver
helicopters and
thing.
police everywhere.
So the military were
Yeah.
in the area.
Yeah, they said you went out to
See,
meet
Paul,
your
we're
husband, didn't you?
talking
Yeah.
multiple
You came back.
witnesses
Oh,
now.
yeah, I was in the
There
house.
was-
There's some
full
things from
commotion.
different angles.
It reminds me of Broadhaven to a degree because humanoids have been seen in the field.
Okay, was
The
it?
heading. Probably, well, most
Yeah,
likely
it
back to
was
their craft. Or...
1977
Well, that's right.
as
Yeah, they said
well.
they saw something coming down and it was
Very
bullet shaped. And
Hang on, let me
Not
just.
saying they're deleted, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I just
You
want to
know?
have a read of this craft because I can't make out if the bullet craft is the craft or is a separate craft or it comes from the other craft like a mothership. That's what I'm trying to figure out in this story.
right, so this is roughly the field where the witnesses said they saw the craft. Is it, or the lights that had that white bullet shaped?
Lights are talking about there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they said they saw something coming down and it was bullet shaped, and this is roughly where it was.
One witness, a boy, 12 years old, Elian Williams,
And this
8
was
o'clock in the evening.
Okay.
He saw a circular craft emitting
Circular.
a bright light descending. 15 minutes later, there's when Mark Hesketh and his friends saw this bullet-shaped bright white light with a glowing red band on the perimeter, with red lights across the breadth of the object.
So one witness saw a bright craft descending, and these other witnesses are seeing bullet-shaped craft descending. So it might be the same craft, or it might have been a mothership that released the other ones. It's not too clear because it got multiple witnesses, different angles, different distances. Maybe that bullet-shaped craft is glowing bright white. You can actually see the shape of the craft as well as a possibility there.
Object. Nearing ground level, you noticed it had 2 protrusions, one each side, landing behind trees. Which would have been those
So we've got a little picture
Okay,
here up the corner. Let me just zoom into that. So there's the craft coming down between the trees. And there's the aliens in these weird suits with hoodies. So yeah, it kind of looks like a bullet shape, but look, it's not like a normal bullet shape that we're used to. It's flat at the top and it bends down to a bullet there.
Absolutely. But, I presume these are children's drawings, you know?
But you're saying the landing legs are like this.
With every piece of skill.
Yeah, it's almost like the tip of the bullet-shaped craft, though, is one of the landing legs, part of the landing system.
Don't know.
That almost sounds like a lunar module, that particular image there. But then...
But what you're doing in the middle of Anglesey?
I don't
testing
know.
that lunar module?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah. That's all I'm just saying it looks like. But yeah.
Yeah.
Whether the kids have got it wrong, I don't know. But yeah. So I suppose we're really done with that one then, aren't we?
Yeah. I'd say so.
That's quite an interesting case, though.
It is an interesting case. And I'm not finished with it yet.
Oh, you got some more links, have you?
No. I'm going to go there. I'm going to dig up these. Look at it as a cold case, you know.
Yeah. So you want to go and interview him? Cool.
Well, I'll do my best.
Well, what would we call that live stream? Anglesey, whatever. Robert goes to interview.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, we'll just close that one down. So I think we're finished with that one there. So we got another link to go. Who have we got on the side? Just Shelley at the moment, is it? Shelley, how's it going? She's talking about a hacker. We don't know what happened there, but you can see it's working perfectly fine now after a reboot. But Geekcraft had some similar problem where Windows wouldn't open up properly, and then he said, "Oh, it's a hardware problem." Reboot, and he was fine as well. I think I probably could have carried on with the last stream, but we decided it was just a mess that we just started all over again. I think it's coming together okay at the moment. I think Robert's going to post a new link. You still there, Robert? You thinking?
Yes, I am. My tabs have got a little bit of.
I see.
Yeah.
I see they've added something else to our. They've added something else to Jitsi there. It's got a time counter.
What?
Yeah, look, it brings it up when I hover. That's never been there before.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, there was an incident in Denbighshire as well, where there was UFO and occupant sightings, and that was on the 4th of September, 3 days after this incident.
So you got.
But hold on, is it here? I've got it.
Come on, Robert, you're
God.
slowing down the show. But
I know.
we had 5 likes, now we're down to 1, so on a new string, and this one's been trouble-free. Yeah, we'll blame Shelley and her hacker on
Everyone's
it.
got fed up with us, Paul.
Well, it's up to them. They probably thought we were finished, but I was saying we're coming back.
People don't understand the issues that yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, that was a strange one. It shouldn't go like that, though. You can see it's working perfectly fine now.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll just be up an hour later. And more people will join us probably, hopefully, because it'll be later in America. So, hang on, actually, it's the same one that we just had, isn't it?
No. It's the same site, Paul. But it's a different incident. But it was just 3 days later of the same year.
Oh, right. Okay. So we better read out the title here then.
Yeah, sure.
September 1978, Mold-Denbigh, Denbighshire, UK. 3 people. Brief summary of the event and follow-up. As ufologist David Webb is said to have listed a close encounter of the third kind in Mold-Denbigh, Wales, UK, in September 1978. A website lists a case of UFO with occupants one evening in early September, in Mold, UK, with 3 witnesses including one named Leslie. Information on the case is looked for, but with no sure result for now.
Now let's see how close it is to the other location on the map.
I reckon you're looking at about 40 miles, Paul.
Well, I'll just bring it up to the map.
That's a guesstimate.
What's it say? Does it tell us? 57 miles on that road.
It wasn't too, yeah, well, yeah, as the crow flies.
Yeah, and 1 hour. Hey, 1 day, 1 day and 11 hours to get there. Surely not.
Don't think so, mate.
That's got to be wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's crazy, isn't it? But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the whole of Anglesey is like 25 miles. So to there,
to there.
Llanerchymedd, you're looking at, it's an hour's journey, hour and a bit. But 1 day, 11 hours, I don't really think so.
No, unless they're talking about bus that breaks down every 5 minutes. I don't know. That's kind of weird.
Actually, that's quite close to the truth, Paul. They do.
So what's the next bit here? Points to consider. Do you want me to read that out? He said
yes. Please do, because the same skeptic who came up with the ridiculous idea of the firefighters.
Right.
I found no information on any CA3 that would be a sure match with sources R1 and ID1. The closest is a report by Gary Heseltine, a constable with the British police interested in UFO matters, who built a catalogue of sightings by policemen GH1. He indicates that in October, not September 1978 in Denbigh, Police Constable Neville Hughes and 2 uniformed colleagues, one of who was a sergeant, observed a UFO whilst on duty in the grounds of North Wales Hospital in Denbigh. He says the source is FSR Vol 25 no the 2nd of March April 79. There is no mention of occupants. Maybe, just maybe, this is the case that David Webb listed, wrongly or rightly thinking there were occupants involved. Of course, there is so little information that precise evaluation is impossible for now.
Yeah, so
now, Gary Heseltine was the guy from Lincolnshire. He was the guy who was on the Martin Willis show the other day. Now, he'd done some good work early on, but I'm going to call him out with what he's done with Larry Warren and his new documentary. I believe he's seen pound signs.
Euro. You haven't quit the union yet, have you?
What?
Euro. You're still Euro. You haven't quit the European Union.
No. We're still on the pound, mate.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Ah.
We've refused to go into that.
Mm. Okay. What else we got? Issues. Help.
But I remember this case, and there was occupant sightings. 100% there was.
So they've listed a close encounter of the third kind.
Yeah.
That's all we got. And he said evaluation. Extraterrestrial visitors or invention, which means hoax, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is the bunker now is to throw a spanner in the works and make us all confused. Just like they did with the firefighters in the original case at Llanerchymedd. So I take that with a pinch of salt, to be honest.
We got no drawings on this one from the witnesses.
No.
Doesn't say anything about the ship or anything. So you got another link to go?
Sure. Because it got me thinking. 1978 September, 2 sightings like that. Humanoids and everything else. I thought, well, what's going on around the world? So they kept digging. Oh my God. It's quite a shock.
Yep.
Let's have a look. I'll leave a link for you now, Paul.
I'll catch up with Shelley. Shelley's paranoid.
Yeah, Shelley, at the end of the day, like we're trying to get on the UFO case now, keep your personal business to yourself, please.
Yeah, we'll talk about your stuff Sunday, hopefully.
Yeah.
We got Ilf from MUFON coming on, by the way. It should be good. Some new and real UFO cases by credible people, so that should be interesting. So we got a gold UFO. So what read here?
The most important thing on this now is just keep an eye on the dates.
Fall 1978. So that's what, August, is it? September?
Well, fall is September. It begins in September, but there's no precise date there.
Alright. So these are the sightings in the same area or on that location? Where's the location? I'll read it out.
Two very bright but distant lights approached 4 witnesses, then moved toward them, hovering within 500-600 over some power lines. All natural sound stopped at this point. Main witness then walked to within 300, and one light took off to the north at high speed. The other object soon followed. Duration, 15 minutes. But before the objects left, they were described as 50-100 in diameter and 15-20 feet high, oval-shaped with rounded domes, and apparently windows around them. Source, Mora, Frank Reams and Barbara Spellerberg.
Okay, so it sounds like a normal dome-shaped saucer craft. But windows is pretty rare though, isn't it? People don't normally see windows, they see lights. And then we got September here. Tucson. 78. So you're saying it could be the same craft or visitors?
Well, what I'm saying is there's just look through the database here now. September 1978. There's a whole lot going on. Too much going on for my liking.
So you reckon it might be a UFO wave, is what you're saying?
Yeah, you can call it a wave, a flap, you can call it what you like. So after I've got into this one.
Well, we did cover a 1978 wave before, though, haven't we? It seems to ring a bell.
No, I think we covered one in 1973. There was a big wave then.
Oh, right, 73.
This is September 1978, very specific. Now, to have one good sighting in a month globally, one really good one, rather than just lights in the sky, is about the norm. But this is phenomenal. What's going on in this year, in September this year?
Right.
I didn't expect to find this, but here we go.
So,
and it all started, it seems, in Llanerchymedd.
I'll read out that one then.
September 1978, in Niagara County, New York, USA, there was a case of monster, with objects that were observed and photographed by one male witness named Moradin on a highway. Source, Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO Bulletin, APRO, Tucson.
A monster. That sounds like the wood monster, or whatever it's called.
Oh, the flatwood monster. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. What did he put that off as? An eagle owl, apparently. It was high neck.
Yeah.
Fight.
Yeah.
A young carpenter encountered 7 disc-shaped objects on the ground in an isolated field. 2 undescribed humanoids stood near the objects. Source, Jack Valet, Confrontations, a scientist search for alien contact.
Yeah, we just got another sub. To Papa Smurf.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of the Smurfs for a long time. Maybe I've seen it after school.
Yeah, so now, it's gone global, and look the date again, September 1978.
So we got one from Australia here.
Mm-hmm.
2 young men. I don't know if Sorry, you're cutting out. Don't tell me we're getting that problem again. Just read that then.
2 young men out hunting near the village reported seeing a bright spherical light on the ground, some distance away. They saw it again the next night. There was an apparent 2-hour time lapse, and one of the witnesses later recalled both being floated into a room where they were placed on a table and examined by tall white-colored beings.
That's really strange. On a table. Where's Robert gone?
I'm here.
All right. I hear some pouring off something drink in the background.
Oh, yes.
So I'm just seeing if that sounds familiar to something we've heard before. Both being floated into the room. That's, again, sounds like Pascagoula case.
Yes. I'm not sure. No, they don't think they were floated. Yes, they were, weren't they?
Yes. And there was a table, but they didn't put both on the table at the same time. One was sort of watching the other, wasn't it? Or something like that. And examined by tall white-coloured beings. But that's the only thing that's slightly different there, though, isn't it? But then again, they said that they had no facial features and it was a blur and all that. So, yeah, who knows? It could be the same thing. And that was, what, same year, was it? What was Pascagoula?
Oh. It's not just the same. Oh, no. Pascagoula was in the 70s. I think it was 1973, but don't quote me on that, please.
Yeah, okay, so that's the 73 one, 72 one, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this one's quite a long thing.
Now this one, yeah, I think, well, yeah, okay, just go for it.
Whoa, that's a long one. Go for it. That's the time for a toilet break.
Location. Near Shawano, Wisconsin. Date, September 1978. Time, night at an isolated farm at the edge of an Indian reservation. The Polanski family had seen on several nights what appeared to have been a family of huge hairy Bigfoot-type creatures rummaging through their pickle patch. One night, After the creatures finished feeding in the garden, 2 huge disc-shaped objects about 35 feet in diameter landed approximately 75 feet from the house. The children were upstairs preparing for bed. Mrs. Polanski and the 3 children gathered by the bedroom window to view the spectacle. A door on one of the sources opened and an eerie green light glowed from within. Nobody came out. Moments later, the door closed and the 2 objects departed. The next day they drove to the boundary of the Indian reservation and parked on an old dirt road about a half-mile away from the farm. They split up and began exploring the area. One group discovered a dilapidated building in the forest with a dark, gloomy cellar and 10-foot-high ceilings. They were soon startled by what sounded like deep asthmatic breathing. The breathing was eerie and unnatural, sounding like it was coming from a very large person. One of the men became frightened and both left the building. Before leaving, one of the men reportedly heard a telepathic message on his head saying, "If you come back Tuesday night between 11 and 1, a ship will be dropping off some of my people." Accordingly, that night the family was driving in a forested area not far from the farmhouse, and when they rounded a bend in the road they saw what they describe as a UFO sitting in the middle of the field. The craft was perfectly round and was emitting a dim, white luminescence. Mrs. Polanski's car was a short distance in front of the second vehicle, when suddenly she quickly pulled over to the side of the road, to see the object lift off and fly out of sight. When the second car pulled in behind, its beam spotlighted the field, revealing an 8 to 10 foot tall ape-like creature running into the woods. There were a total of 11 witnesses. The night after the encounter, 4 of the same witnesses went for a drive near the Indian reservation and were driving down a dead-end road by a stream and stopped the car. When they got out of the vehicle, they heard heavy footsteps at the edge of the woods. The 4 young men fanned out to look for the source of the footsteps. One of them reported to Source that a voice in his head said to him, "I am over here." When the young man looked across the stream, he saw a big hairy thing squatting behind a large bush. He ran back to tell his friends. When they returned, the creature was gone. Source, Jack Lasperitis, W Files.
See, the thing is here, Wisconsin is actually full of Bigfoot sightings. And we did cover UFOs in the Bigfoot connection before, didn't we, Paul?
Mm-hmm. There wasn't too many cases of it, though.
No, there wasn't. It was all pretty thin on the ground, wasn't it?
I'm not sure if I heard this one before, though.
No, I haven't heard this one before. But there's an awful lot of stuff going on there, apparently, with Bigfoot, cryptids, you know, whether you want to tie that in with ufology or supernatural.
Yeah, I think we're cutting out there, Robert. Can you drop it out and back in again, just to make
sure? Yeah.
I know it might be alright on Google, but not my end. That generally fixes it, hopefully. Okay. Are you there? He's going to have a loo break. So, yeah. Was it a pilot of the vehicle or a captive? That's the question that we need to look at, that one. Was it alien creature, or was it actually something that got picked up and then released again? Like they do with human abductions. Total of 11 witnesses here, which is quite a good number of people to see it, right? 10-foot tall ape-like creature ran into the woods. Doesn't necessarily say it come from the craft though, does it? Yeah. Maybe the Bigfoot was interested what it was as well, maybe, eh? What do you think on that one, guys? Heavy footsteps at the edge of the woods. Okay, so yeah. Hey, Robert, we can hear you going to the toilet. Oh dear, oh dear. Was connected to the sea with 8 massive suckers. Yeah, that was so funny though. UFO coming down and releasing 8 suckers. Security fans. Not those kind of suckers, though. You know, the hand suckers, octopus. Yeah, we have to tell Il that one. Not tomorrow, the next day, Sunday. Robert's back with us.
Okay, has that helped any?
You snuck off.
Yeah.
You should have snuck off while I was reading. Yeah, I was talking about it wasn't too clear whether the creature come from the craft or whether the creature was interested in the craft and also was watching. But yeah, there's someone, John Lee in the sides are laughing at the 8 suckers thing again.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't 8 sucker Bigfoots. I think the Bigfoots have probably got more clued up than some of the Tyler fans out there anyway. But yeah, I have to tell Il that story about the 8 suckers because that was just so funny. The craft coming down and releasing 8 suckers. So we got another one here, Germany. Shetty, how's it going still? You need to practice with someone in the side chat. Yeah, your mod tools.
Near Lake Constance, Germany. Date, September 1978. Time, 2100. The witness of a previous UFO humanoid encounter in 1977 was walking home along an empty street when he saw a bicyclist approach. He drew even with the witness and threatened him, saying he should never talk about his experience or something will happen to him. The man was described as humanoid in appearance, wearing a long black coat and a black broad-brimmed hat.
Ooh.
He drove on for 10 meters and suddenly vanished in plain sight. Source, Hildebrand von Badwiger, Muffon 1993 Symposium Proceedings.
That sounds like the Men in Black again, wearing a trench coat.
Yeah, sure does.
Wearing a long black coat, thick.
You can see that this goes on and on and on. There's an awful lot happening this month of 1 year, isn't there? And we just ignore this data and think it was silly season. Probably not.
So does that suggest that it's alien Men in Black or government Men in Black trying to tell people to keep quiet?
What I was thinking, I mean, it just could be a one-time visitation. Yeah. They were only here for, and if you keep going down now, Paul, you'll find actually there's another one in.
But what I want to point out here, this is in Germany, and that's the first time I've heard of the Men in Black or Man in Black being mentioned to a German case.
They tend to turn up everywhere,
Yeah, I don't think we covered the German one when we did the Men in Black live episode, though. I don't remember Germany being in the list.
No, this is it. You find new stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And here we go. We're back to Denbigh.
We might have to do a recalibration episode where we sum up all the best stuff that we found out.
Which will be about like take 10.
Now you want this one to be read out? This is in your location?
Yeah, we've done this.
Oh, we've done that one. Okay, so what's the next one?
It's on the same. Yeah, so now we're closer to Wales again. Just England.
Do you want to read out that one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So let's have a look at what it's saying.
Huon, England. Date, September 1978. Time, 2130. Phil Elliott was driving on Four Ashes Road and on turning the car lights on saw a green figure appear from the right-hand side of the road.
Green.
It drifted out to the center of the road and turned towards him. It waved its arms, apparently not to frighten the witness but warning him back. It drifted into the hedge on the other side of the road, but as the witness got closer it came out again to the center, turned and lifted its arms. It seemed to shout out something. Phil braked, and although he must have hit the figure when he got out to look, there was nothing there. He described the figure as bright green but appeared to have no legs or hands. The body was solid and it stood about 7 foot tall. Instead of a face, there was just a misty grey round shape.
That sounds familiar to the Pascagoula thing too, doesn't it? But not green. But certainly, body was solid and stood about 7 foot tall, and had no facial features, right? And so we've heard that sort of stuff before. Why would they?
Yeah, that comes up over and over again, you know. Featureless.
Sounds almost like the paranormal sighting I had with the strange 10-pin creature, which was shaped like a fat 10-pin pin, not the bowling ball. So what's this one here? I got that tickle in the throat. Since you started coughing, now I've got it. Maybe it's the coronavirus coming at us. Oh god!
Yeah.
I heard it's up to 12,000 people now, and it's in 25 countries now. So maybe we should be wearing face masks all the time.
September 1978. Location: Calais, Brazil. Time: 2300. Summary: Sia Rodrigues was sleeping in a hammock in the house of a friend when she suddenly woke up to see a bright light outside and noticed the temperature around her become warmer. A beam of green light then entered through the window, touching her head and face. The color then changed to red. She then noticed the figure of a man wearing a diving suit standing outside. He had human features, but had very small eyes. In his hand he held an instrument resembling a pistol, which he pointed it at the witness 3 times, hitting her with a beam of light in her chest area. It felt very hot to the witness. The beams left burn like scars arranged in a triangle in her upper chest area. Every time the beams of light hit her, she felt very thirsty and became paralyzed. She screamed, waking her cousin. The man and the light then disappeared. Source: Bob Pratt, UFO Danger Zone.
So,
You know, we hear these cases a lot from, well, generally South America. You know, Calais incident, which we covered before, didn't we?
yep.
I don't, you know, I sometimes wonder whether the Yanks have been messing about there, you know.
Yeah. So,
You know, maybe some kind of secret testing kind of thing. When was the Calais incident? That was in the 70s, wasn't it?
72 or 73 seems to ring a bell, wasn't it?
I thought it was 77, but I'm not sure.
I suppose we could look it up. Could be 77.
Yeah, it's okay.
What was the place called again? What was the name of the place again, so I can spell it?
Calais.
Carl. Raris. I don't think that's how you spell it, though, is it? I think it had an L in it, didn't it? Claris.
Doesn't know.
No, that's not how you spell it.
Yeah, I was right, Paul. It was 77.
Okay.
Yeah, I found it.
Brazil. They got hit with a beam. What colour beam was that?
I think they were clear light, white.
Because they said this one was a green beam.
But you know, people actually died in that incident. You know, which is I don't know. You know, whether it was alien or whether it was some secret weapon testing that was going on, because the Calais is a bunch of islands, basically, in a very remote area. So if you're going to do some kind of
yeah, let's see you spell it.
Weapon research, it would be an ideal place to conduct it.
Yep. So
people were just simple farming people, do you know what I mean? Just lived off the land, and of course fishing was another big industry as well. Yeah, the farming and fishing industry. That's all it was. There was nothing sophisticated about those islands.
No.
So I suppose it was pretty easy to pick on them
Mm-hmm.
as some kind of an experiment, you know?
Yeah. So we got Anglesey. You reckon it much?
Yeah. Now we're going back to our original.
Is it the original gang? Is it? Rabbits. Oh, yeah, that's too. Okay, we don't need to read.
But hey, let's do it anyway.
Oh, we got Italy coming up.
Yeah.
Not much of a report there, though.
Yeah, cigar shaped, but still, we're still in September. So this is September the 2nd, the day after.
Mm.
The thing
September the 2nd, 1978. Location, San Michele, Italy. Time, 8:10 a.m. Summary: the man heard a hissing sound and saw a metallic-looking cigar-shaped object about 10 meters long rising from a maize field. An area about 3x7 meters was found in the field where plants were bent and dehydrated. Source: Centro Ufologico Nazi Now
Did we cover
report.
that one before? It sounds familiar, that one.
Do you know, it does sound familiar, but there's so many UFO cases that sound familiar. It's you always see patterns, so it's difficult to actually pin it down. And there's so many. There's millions of UFO cases.
I think it might have been.
You know, even the best UFO historian could never, ever, remember each and every case and put a time and date on it.
I think the other one I was thinking about is 73 in Italy.
Okay.
And there's a big one here, Argentina. Yes, but they are very religious down there, and they seem to see Jesus and cloud formations and what's that one called, the bloodsucker, goat sucker, whatever it's called. They got some strange stuff that they.
Oh, the chupacabra.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it is quite a big collection here, isn't it?
It's too big.
September
This
the
is the
6th,
whole
1978. Location, Veneto, Tshirt, Argentina. Time, 06:45 a. Summary: the young witness, Juano Perez, had gone to gather a herd of horses, and as he rode on his horse through the morning fog, he felt something fly overhead. Several objects then appeared and began maneuvering overhead, emitting powerful beams of color-changing light. His horse panicked, and the witness barely managed to ride back home. The boy's father reprimanded him and ordered him to go back to get the horses. Back on the field, the witness found a large round object on the ground. It had a dome on top with several round windows. A door opened and a 7-foot-tall being wearing gloves and a cylindrical helmet appeared. The being seemed to be attached to the object by some type of breathing apparatus. He invited the witness inside.
Hang on, that's
the
that
boy
movie.
tied his horse to a ladder and climbed in.
That's the
Inside,
movie
he
one.
was able to see a panel with buttons,
What's it
cables,
called
and a
now?
small robot-like being that was apparently busy at cutting into pieces large bones of some animals resembling cows or horses. Afraid, the boy jumped out of the object to the ground. The tall being followed him outside. The witness then requested one of the giant's gloves as proof of the experience. He then saw that the being had green claw-like hands with blue metallic nails. The being then pricked the witness' right arm, apparently extracting blood in the process.
That was that movie that just came out. What was it
As the
called?
witness rode back home carrying the glove, two flying objects caught up with him, emitting a small slab and sphere that descended and brushed by the horse, pulling off the glove like a magnet. Another curious fact was that while inside the UFO, the young witness attempted to touch the being and the object several times, but was prevented by what appeared to be an invisible barrier. 6 days prior to the incident, the witness' father had found a mutilated cow in a pasture. Source: Jacques Vallée, Confrontations, a scientist's search for alien contact.
Yeah. But you also have to take into account that 1977 was the year that that famous film came out, didn't it?
Close Encounters.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind, yeah.
Sure, I played the tune.
Do. Yeah.
I won't play it, but yeah, I've been playing that on the keyboard on the browser. John Lee's talking about Corona beer. He's talking about the virus comment I made. That some asking if Corona beer is safe to drink. Well, all beer is safe to drink because alcohol kills everything, doesn't it?
I make my own. It's chemical free.
Because that's why a lot of people didn't get sick in England, because they used to drink beer all the time, because they have like warm beer over in UK, and instead of drinking water, they used to drink beer instead, and because the alcohol killed enough of the germs. But doesn't alcohol doesn't kill yeast though, does it? It keeps on fermenting, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, alcohol fermentation is a fairly simple process, really. You put sugar. You can make alcohol out of water. All you need is two ingredients: water,
Sugar,
yeast, and sugar. The yeast eats the alcohol, and it forms two byproducts. One is carbon dioxide, and the other one is alcohol.
It's got another name too, isn't it? Is it ethanol?
Oh, good God, man! You don't want to go there. That's when you've done something wrong. No. There's different types of alcohol. When it goes bad, it can make you blind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of there was two names. Alcohol has a technical name. Is it ethanol? And what's the other one? Methanol. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's ethanol and methanol. I think the methanol is what you do. You do not want that.
Are we doing this?
But you can only get that when you're trying to distill stuff, and you make a bollocks of it, basically, and that can hurt you badly. And kill you overnight.
Well, it makes you go blind. It makes you go blind, doesn't it? But it can be.
Yeah, but it can also turn your liver into a mush overnight. Paul.
Yeah. Well, it does if you abuse it every day as well.
Well, no, just one go on a badly contaminated methanol can do you in. It's like we've got tramps in the street now that buy methylated spirits out of a shop because it's so cheap, and they drink it.
The alcohol term originally referred to the primary alcohol ethanol. I thought it was ethanol.
Yeah, you were right.
Ethyl alcohol, which is used as a drug and is the main alcohol present in alcoholic beverages. So what's the bad one called then? Methanol.
Methanol.
Oh, here we go. An important class of alcohols, of which methanol and ethanol are the simplest members, including compound. Yeah. So, you do get some byproducts of methanol though when you make beer though, but it's only really minor, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll do a live stream on beer making, shall we? Sometime. But anyway, we're getting off topic here. So trust you. That's your fault, John Lee. You're talking to. I used to do home brewing, and Robert's still doing it.
Yeah, it's my second hobby. Apart from I get bored talking about UFOs, I hate talking about UFOs. I love UFOs. I'm lying. But that's my second hobby.
But you're not a crackhead like a certain big channel. You drink beer, but you don't abuse it.
Oh God, no! It's a hobby more than anything.
Yeah, I prefer to make lagers myself because I found them less allergy to me. But there was one called Canadian beer. Canadian beer. I can't remember what it was called now, but that was quite nice too. But anything that's
Labatt's was the best Canadian beer that I've ever tasted. Which are the honey contents.
And if you start talking ales, I'm not sure what the difference between ale and lager and beer is. But Earl's big on English ale, A-L-E, as he calls it. Or maybe
IPL.
A-L-E. Ale.
Oh, IPA, I should say.
No, L. What's the difference between all of them?
I should know that. Oh, for God's sakes, Paul, where are we going now?
Difference between L, beer, and lager.
Well, it'll just be the hop and the barley content. That's the only difference, you know. Originally, lager was brewed as a woman's drink. Yeah, honest to God. Yeah, because it was lighter in alcohol, kind of thing.
Ale is made up with top fermentation yeast, but lager is made with bottom. So it's all to do with the yeast. Why would that change it though?
There's different strains of yeast, you see. I mean, I've got like 4 or 5 different. I've got a champagne yeast, a strong ale yeast, all kinds of different yeasts here that I use to just in case the fermentation dies and I have to reboot it, you know.
Oh,
but it's all interesting stuff and it's fun, but it's quite simple chemistry.
Yep. I'm not sure if you're allowed to talk about making beer on YouTube, but anyway, we better carry on. What's the next?
Well, listen, my whole point with this particular website was look what was going on in September 1978. There's too many cases here to be coincidence.
And we got a picture coming up on that one.
It's one after the other.
Yeah. Read out the next bit.
Which is very unusual.
Are we still going? I better
September the 6th, 1978 location. Sasselo, Italy time. Late evening summary. A local labourer was going to bed at an area rooming house when he heard noises outside. Opening the bedroom curtains, he saw 2 round black figures outside. They were close together and appeared to emit a strange dialogue-like sound that sounded like a radio. Both figures departed with a great wind, leaving circular imprints on the ground. Robot-like beings.
Okay, robot-like beings. That sounds also a bit familiar with other cases we've heard. That almost sounds like Flatwood Monster as well, doesn't it? What's happening here? Did I scroll up? Yeah, where did we get to? You're right, there's a lot of stuff here. I don't think we got down to the end, did we? I sort of lost my place here, but oh, here it is. This one we're trying to get to. I've never seen that image. So robot-like, and this one here, which is Argentina again. Or South America.
September the 9th, 1978 location. La Dulce, Necchia, Argentina time. Night summary. Manuel Arias and his wife, Beatriz Turiella, were attracted to a bright light originating from a nearby field where high-tension wires crossed. Going to investigate, they saw a huge luminous silo-shaped craft hovering about 800 meters away. The glowing object pulsated slightly. 2 small lights left the object and flew towards a nearby yard where cars and construction equipment was kept. The small lights disappeared, but then 2 strange figures appeared. These seemed to float in mid-air and moved slowly over barbed wire fences and other obstacles. Strangely, the witnesses noticed that throughout the incident their dogs, normally raucous dogs, remained very quiet. Source: Fabio Picasso.
Isopropyl, that's what you use for cleaning heads of tape decks and all that
stuff. It's disinfectant, basically.
Yeah. You don't drink it, though. I don't know if you ever smell it. It evaporates. It's the key one there. evaporates fairly at room temperature, doesn't it? So you put it. You used to clean tape heads. People don't know what tape is out there anymore, but you used to lose particles off the tape, the magnetic recording, and you used to use a bit of cotton bud and VHS tape heads, and you used to clean it up with some isopropyl. So yeah, this is a strange looking being on this one. With a black helmet. So that was in Argentina. Small lights disappeared and two strange figures appeared. They seemed to float. There we go, we got floating again. Move slowly over barbed wire fences, so it's pretty lucky. And other obstacles. Strangely, the witnesses noticed that.
Yeah, but if they can pass through a car, I'm sure they can pass through a barbed wire fence. Seems to be something there that we just don't understand.
And of course, all the animals went quiet. So that's unusual.
Well, no. In the case originally, Llanerchymedd, they went quite wild. And it kind of works both ways with animals. Either they just go shush.
Man, here's another
one. Or they get very wound up and very taut, you know.
Another one in Argentina, September 10. Time 10 to 5.
Yeah, this is a good case, this one.
Yeah, we've got no picture to go look at.
September the 10th, 1978 time, 1642 men were sitting in their home when they began to experience TV interference. They attempted to use a stereo player and a radio, but these did not function properly also. They then heard some noises coming from an adjoining shop that was connected to their house. They went to investigate and found some broken bottles on the floor and some other damage. Moments later they became aware of two short beings standing nearby. These were dressed in bright blue one-piece suits, dark blue helmets, and high boots bright blue in color, and on their arms shiny black gauntlets that went up above the elbow. Their faces were brown and their complexion was pock-marked, their eyes normal and their noses flat. One of the figures was holding an object resembling a hairdryer and was pointing it at the witnesses. Both men then heard a telepathic message warning them not to scream. At this point one of the witnesses ran to the door and both figures were seen putting their fingers up their noses, vanishing instantly and appearing at a different location in the shop. This they did several times as the witnesses, one armed with a knife, ran around trying to exit the premises. Some empty crates were thrown at the witnesses during the process. The witnesses finally managed to get out and summoned the police, who searched the premises but found nothing. Neighbors had seen strange lights in the area. Source: Llanerchymedd UFO, FSR Volume 28 #4.
Resembling a hairdryer. I've never heard of one like that before. What do they mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure. I mean, the operative word there is resembling. It just could be something that wasn't familiar to a human being.
Well, what's a hairdryer normally look like? It looks like a L-shaped thing, isn't it? Right.
Well, you could also look at it as a gun. You know what I mean? There's a handle, and there's a bit that points towards you. I don't know. Sounds like a weapon.
Yeah, I think maybe they're talking about one of those hoodie ones that you get in salons, which looks like comes down.
Come on, Paul. We all know what a bloody hairdryer looks like.
Yeah, but I was thinking it's
no need to look at it.
I think they might be talking about old-fashioned hairdryer, where it flips down on a stand over your head.
Okay.
You don't know what I mean. Ones you use in salons, that pops like a visor that comes down over your head. That type of hairdryer, which looks like a UFO.
We can see the general description of the hairdryer here, time after time.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. They're talking about.
Well, that's not handheld, is it, Paul? It's on a tripod.
I suppose that's technically true. But that one looks more like a UFO than these ones would. Unless it's like a bullet shape like that, you know, and it's
No, I mean, I think he actually said that the beam was holding a hairdryer like thing. So
I thought that was the craft. They said, not no. Hang on, let me go back to it.
let's go back.
Figures. Oh, Holden. Yeah, I forgot that. But
Yeah, stupid Paul.
so they are talking about a gun then, really. That's a laser gun.
Yeah,
a laser type
yeah,
gun.
or some kind of instrument, some kind of possibly a weapon.
Yeah, yeah. So what did the craft look like then? Because I thought they were talking about the craft being that. My fault. Because I know you do get stuff like that on sci-fis, you know, a ship shaped like that. It's kind of unusual if you get a ship shaped like that. But that's alright. I thought they were talking about the hoodie type one, but dressed in blue one-piece suits. We've heard that before too. Normally it's grey though, isn't it? Dark helmets.
Yeah, blue one-piece suits. Yeah, okay.
But this really sounds like high boots. Now, why would they want high boots? Something's off about this one, though, for me. Aliens wearing boots.
Sure. Well, yeah, but it has been reported before.
It kind of reminds me of that crazy woman that was religious and embellished the story and changed it and all that over the years. So what was that one called? What's her name? Andreas or something?
No, but the Andreas affair.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. Yeah. They had like Michael Jackson suits on, you know, like with the thing going across the chest. What do you call it? Over the uniform. I don't know what you call it though. But yeah, they had heavy boots on, she said. And I thought, nah, I haven't heard of any other cases wearing boots, and now we've got one here. What was the location? Argentina. I'm not too sure what year her one was, though. Whether they've maybe embellishing her story, using it for their story. So you always got to keep that in mind. What was, how'd you spell her name? Andreas Affair.
Yeah. Jason. Yeah.
Anderson, is it spelled that way? And if I can see what I'm typing, Andreasen or something. Oh, I don't even know how to spell a UFO incident. Is it going to give me any options? I don't know.
Don't worry about it, Paul. Don't worry about it, man. It's not important.
I want to know what year it was, whether it's before or after that.
Okay. Right, I'll have a quick check now, quickly. Yeah.
I spelled the name wrong. Andreasen or Sin? I don't know. No. Half the problem is knowing how to spell people's names so it comes up. What was her first name?
Was it Betty? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's it. I tell you what,
Betty Andreasen.
Yeah, I don't know how you spell the name though.
Yeah, it's okay. Now to spell it.
Here we go.
But,
Anderson, is that the one? Raymond E. Feller. Betty Anderson.
It was a 1979 case, Paul. I knew it was in the 70s, but I couldn't pinpoint it.
So it was way after this one. So if anything, that woman found this story and embellished it as well.
Well, it's not way after, because we were in we started in 1978, didn't we? September 1978. It's only a year after, but
yeah. But what I'm saying is, we were highly suspect of that woman's story.
Absolutely.
And it's a year after this other one, which is pretty probably a less known location, right?
Mm-hmm.
Telepathic messages. Laser guns. That sounds almost like Billy Meyer there too, doesn't it?
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know if you've ever seen the video of him with the laser gun, which turned out to be a toy that you could buy off the shelf. People recognised it. They said it was just a normal toy laser. But
okay, Paul, I think we've established now there was a hell of a lot going on in September 1978. Too much to be normal.
Well, how many have we got?
I mean, case after case after case after case after.
Yeah, but
yeah. And a lot of these guys had these silvery suits, which is kind of remarkable in a way.
Well, let's read down to let's see, that one there. I think, and then we can move on. I guess that sort of gets gets half the page. So we'll move down to that black suited one.
Okay.
Because there are interesting stories, and we can talk about it. As long as we don't talk about beer.
Brazil date, September the 13th, 1978 time. Night Mrs. Carvalho was travelling in her Tshirt on the outskirts of this town at about 60 miles per hour. Suddenly the car appeared to lose speed, and then a circular shade seemed to descend above the vehicle and cover it completely. She felt the car rising up very high at high speed. The doors of the car were opening and closing at high speed, making a loud racket. At this point Mrs. Carvalho blacked out. Upon waking up she found herself in a semicircular room, of a yellow subdued colour. In front of her stood a very tall man, over 2 meters in height, which called himself Dagon. He spoke without moving his lips, and while he spoke Mrs. Carvalho experienced a bizarre sensation as if she was being reduced in size. Her clothes seemed to increase in size, and her feet appeared to float inside her boots. She could not see where her vehicle was, and then everything became hazy. She was found by the federal police sleeping in her vehicle on the side of the road near Florianopolis. She had no idea how she had arrived at the location. Source: Pierre Delvaux, contacts T4E type.
I just had to move my cover back over because it's sliding.
Yeah, don't fall off the bed with enough disasters as it is.
Well, I'm close to it, I tell you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on tonight. I really don't. So I didn't actually hear most of that, but was there anything good in it?
Well, it's just another catalogue of what happened in that tiny time scale, really, and it's very unusual. Because if you look at MUFON reports for any 1 month, there's just kind of most of them are lights in the sky, and then you might find one that's interesting, and then now and again you get one that's wow. But my God, September 1978, everything was happening on a global basis.
Yeah, definitely a wave.
Crazy, definitely a wave.
And there was 173, and one before that was 50s, was it?
And it's funny, when they closed Blue Book down in 1969, there was there was nothing much happening, and the Air Force at the time were hoping it all kind of gone away, and then boom, 1973 UFO wave, and oh my God, it was their worst nightmare.
Okay.
Near Belton, Nebraska date, September the 14th, 1978 time. Night a prominent executive driving on Highway 20 watched a bright object land on the road ahead. He stopped his car near the object, which somehow resembled a tank. As the witness stepped out of the car, a door opened on the object and a man stepped out. He seemed normal, was dark-haired, of normal height and wore white pants and a white shirt. He spoke to the witness in perfect English, then re-entered the object, which rose up in a brilliant column of light emitting a high-pitched whine as it left. Source: Robert E. Bartholomew, UFO Law, quoting a pro.
Okay. But the ones I like where you got multiple witnesses, because it means
There's several of them, Paul, but I think we need to move on because we're just going. But this is the whole thing I was trying to point out. There's so many cases. All, if you can go through them all, these are all September.
Right.
And it's global.
Well, let me just read out some of the bigger ones.
Okay.
And then
but after that, I'll post you another link, yes?
Yeah.
So we can move on.
September the 15th, 1978. Location, Edmundston, New Brunswick, Canada. Time, late night. Summary, the main witness and her family had seen a shiny disc-shaped object hovering near their farmhouse. The witness could only recall vague memories after this, but remembers the police was called. Years later, her mother told her that she had seen the disc land and saw figures coming out of it. The next night, the main witness woke up thirsty and told her father to bring her a glass of water. As she followed her dad to the kitchen, she noticed an odd smell, at the same time smoky and sweet. She then noticed walking behind her a small figure, about 4 feet tall, greyish-green in colour, with no visible eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. It had some sort of bag, which threw over the witness. Her last memory was of seeing her father standing still as if frozen in time. The witness could not remember anything else. Source, New Fork.
Yep. Clayton, thanks for joining us. I was reading above for a couple of minutes. Okay, looking.
Yeah, we're going to have to arrange a time that's a bit more suitable for our American cousins, you know.
Yeah. So I'll probably be doing 10 a.m. my time, and that way it'll be afternoon in America. And it'll be 9 p.m. UK time. So that'll be next weekend when we do that.
I reckon we do that. I don't know what day you want to do it.
Well, you said Saturday 9 p.m. your time, which will be Saturday afternoon for America.
I reckon Friday my time would be better.
Why?
If you can find your... because I have friends coming round on the Saturday, you see, which makes it a little bit awkward.
You and your drinking mates.
Well, I'll be honest with you now, Paul. Yeah, two of my best friends now, Paul Driscoll and Bryn Owen, the guy who's walking my dog. Yeah, they haven't drank for 11 years and 15 years.
Yeah,
respectfully. But of course, I had a couple of drunken friends as well.
Yeah.
As you do.
Yeah. You come from a rough area, apparently, don't you?
Any port town is a bit dodgy, you know, Paul.
Yeah. That's the
it
one.
Ain't so bad.
This one, Italy. I think we may have heard this one before, but we'll have a read of this one. Seems
so
to
read this one out and we'll move on.
Yeah. We've got a few people joining us now, though, all of a sudden. Thanks for liking and sharing, guys. This is a repeat of the first one. We wasted an hour because we had some technical problems with the machine, which we couldn't resolve without a reboot. So we started over again fresh, and it seems to be going all right good at the moment.
Okay, yeah. I must head to the toilet.
There you go. He's always going to the toilet. I should go to the toilet, too.
September the 17th, 1978. Location, Tshirt, Italy. Time, 2015. Summary, 2 witnesses watched a bright sphere descend over the area, and at the same time a blackout occurred. Shortly, a motorist was driving home when his engine and lights went out. A bright object descended over the road just ahead and hovered. It was a domed orange-red object, hat-like in shape. A panel opened and 2 humanoids emerged and floated towards the vehicle. They were 5 foot tall, wearing green coveralls and helmets with aerials. They circled the car and appeared to inspect it. Their skin also appeared greenish. They then re-entered the object, which took off with a flash of light and an explosive sound. Source, Richard Hall, Marathon Journal number 153.
Well, Richard Hall, that's that guy that... Rich Planet, is it? But it says MUFON, so I don't know. Another guy with the same name. So yeah, that's kind of one strange one. It looks like 1950s type sitcom aliens. What was that one called? My Friend Alien or something. What was that 1950 ones with the comedian type guy in it? Not Mork and Mindy, no. What was that show called? Something alien. Yeah, so well, he's gone. We might read out another one, huh? Tasmania here. So I wonder if we've heard that one before. Oh, that's a long one. Oh well, I'll read that out and I'll go to the toilet myself. We'll be back in a minute. Don't hack us while we're gone.
September the 17th, 1978. Location: Matsuika Island, Tasmania. Time: 9:20 p.m. Summary: Keith Roberts investigated and we are lucky to have his field report. Roberts writes, details of the event were taken from the lighthouse log. A large white glowing light was noticed in a westerly to southwesterly direction. It was at low elevation, about 12 degrees. The light was half-moon sized and stationary. 9:30 p.m. All power in number 1 quarters went off. Fuse and circuit breakers were checked in the house and engine room. All were okay. The power generator continued to work and the lighthouse operated normally. 9:35 p.m. Power came back on. The light had not moved. Light was checked with binoculars. Then, with naked eye, a red light appeared in the center. Later it moved to the side of the light as if it had turned. Main light and the red light observed with binoculars. 10 p.m. Power in house off again. This time for 15 minutes. Again checks made but nothing wrong. Lighthouse still okay. The light was still in its original position to the ones. A call was put through to Cape Bruni 40 miles northeast. The lighthouse keeper there could not see anything. 10:55 p.m. Light finally went out. Observers had the impression that it traveled directly away from the witnesses or that it just diminished in size on the spot. There is a suggestion that the light somehow affected the power in the house, although this cannot be proved. The light was estimated to be 4 miles away. Concerning an astronomical component, witnesses looked for candidates in that section of the sky on subsequent evenings, finding only Venus in the vicinity. Venus, however, fails to deal with the case, having set long before the mystery light left the vicinity. Plus, the witnesses said that Venus paled in comparison, and they had deliberately noted the relative motion of the heavens versus the stationary light across the 1 and 1/2 hours of the event. The lighthouse crew remained flummoxed as to how the power to one element of their operation could have malfunctioned when the system was intact and no problems were in evidence either before or since the selective outage. Source: Mike Swords, Keith Roberts. Field report TAS 78112, Matsuika Island, the 17th of September 1978. And Keith Roberts. Matsuika Island report, a compilation of the events on this island across the years, published by the Tasmanian UFO Investigation Centre, updated 1998.
So yeah, I didn't quite catch all that.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I remember that report from years ago. Do you know what? I just been to the toilet there, realised I'd run out of toilet paper and had to sacrifice a sock.
Oh.
My God.
How could you run out of toilet paper? You normally have stacks of it next to the toilet. Well, we do. We have a basket.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have to get my Tesco order this. Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. Okay, you've heard sordid, disgusting truth now, and it was a Nike sock as well, top of the range Nike sock. Damn you! I'm cheesed off. I'm not happy.
Yeah,
but it's okay. It's only a sock down.
You only hear about these things on the Out There channel.
Hell yeah! You don't hear this on Richard Dolan show.
No, unless he's drunk. Oh no, he never drinks. That's right. Anyway, we're going to carry on to something else.
Well, no, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll move on quickly now to another sighting in 1978. It was back to Wales, Milford Haven. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll repost that link there just in case anyone wants to read the rest of them. You can see it's really time consuming going through all the cases.
Bobby Cash, Tyler Paper. Class. Love it.
So he wasn't third phase off the turd then.
Oh well, with a bad day, we might as well have a laugh, eh?
Good days, bad days, all the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Roberts. Yeah, I see he's posted some more stuff tonight saying, making excuses for he's not putting up a video.
No.
Apparently he's being hounded
God.
by someone keep ordering 20 pizzas every 2 hours. And he's got the cops around apparently. So I'm not sure if they're helping him eat the evidence, or what. Document the evidence and then eat
Well,
it.
it's not the Men in Black this time then.
Apparently not. So yeah, from cops beating him up to having a pizza party. So we'll see. He's meant to be putting out something to the Saturday. He said Saturday night. So, oh right, this is a YouTube video, is it? Oh no, hang on, what's it doing? Is that a YouTube video you posted this?
Yes, it's a YouTube video, yeah. And I could not find any website that displayed it in text. It's very close to what was seen in Llanerchymedd.
Maybe I should log out.
So I thought it was quite important if you can get your deface that a little bit and play it as much as you can.
Let's see. Is it a TV network? Doesn't say, does it? Oh, right, it does.
I think it's news.
It's from Wales, it says here. Wales Archive. It should be fair use, really. A news report.
Should be, yeah.
But we'll play it safe. So I won't ask you if you put the sock back on.
Oh God, no.
It said mush fetch. Charlie would probably grab it if you threw it on the floor. Okay, we'll try that. Now, fair use shoulders up. Scroll it down a bit. Looks like it's an old pre-2000. Why is it not getting this hover button? What's going on there? There we go.
Please work.
It'll work. I said that too soon, did I? There we go. I think. Oh,
cool.
It's got that scary music. Ooh, graveyard. Ooh. Ooh, it's creepy. I slowed it down a wee bit. Sounds even more creepy.
The best view they got of a UFO.
No, this really
Their guide and commentator, retired vet but active ufologist Randall Pugh, who's researched the 100-plus David sightings.
There is no possible way of it being a hoax. The phenomenon exists. The one thing which the skeptic and the cynic,
those damn skeptics,
be found accountable for is the question of the effects of UFO proximity on animals. A stark, naked fear.
Well, it had the clear cigar shape with the dome on top of that and a small red light on top of the dome.
The scare really started exactly a year ago when Broadhaven school children saw a spaceship land near their
we've
playground.
heard this one before.
The spotters didn't spot anything as exciting, but they did hear of the strange goings-on at
Wait for the female witness.
Dale.
Well, anyway,
We never found this one
these people are
before for that one.
interested in the
Yeah.
your experience.
Mrs. Coombs has seen things disappear into St. Bride's Bay and watched flying silver and orange balls pass her farm.
And then after that came the silver-suited man, which was the most terrifying experience of it all.
Where did he appear?
In my window, there were those people standing now. Excuse me. He was about 7 feet tall, and the width of the window, which is 3 feet wide, and he was there for about 2 hours.
Worldwide, UFOs favour military and industrial complexes, but in the David Triangle, sewage farms are popular too. That's where Mark Marston was chased by a humanoid.
This thing got up the hedge and it jumped over this gate, and I thought there was something wrong about it. Like no man could jump that gate. You know, and then he walked up.
From Birmingham, Bristol, Taunton and Abertillery, why did they come?
The opportunity to meet people who've actually seen UFOs themselves and to talk with them and discuss them.
Have you seen a UFO?
No, I've never been fortunate enough or unfortunate enough.
Would you describe yourself as a believer?
Well, I'm not a skeptic.
Well, this was a chance to be able to come and chat with people that do believe in the same as I do, you know.
Have you seen something yourself?
Yes.
What?
Two like silver balls going zigzagging through the skies.
You're only cashing in on a phenomenon.
No, not at all. We're just merely offering an extra facility to people to be able to come down here and show them round.
Gerard, you're from Paris, France, and you've come over taking a job here just to study UFOs. Why was that?
Why was that? I came down here and just trying to know a lot more about it.
And do you know a lot more about it now?
Not yet, but it will come, I'm sure.
Here we go.
Yeah, so they turned it into like a little bit of a UFO attraction. But I'm not really sure why UFOs would be, or aliens would be interested in sewage farms. Jesus, man, unless they're after my sock. Yeah, so I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it's funny, the silver-suited man. And you know, I'll be honest with you now, I know these people because I live here. And they're not prone to fantasy, you know.
No.
They're pretty hard-bitten, generally on the hunters and farmers that live off the land. Or some of them get quite rich as well, off the land, you know. But yeah, overall, I will say like they're generally honest people. I think anything that comes out of this part of the world, you have to take fairly seriously, you know.
Right. Just put you up on main screen while you're talking there, so people can see you.
Okay.
So what's the people on the side chat saying here? Hi Paul. Charles, how's it going? This is our second live stream for tonight. The first one bombed out, so we started over again. So you're probably going to catch more now than you would have done probably.
Yeah, Charles, we will try to move it to a different time zone.
Yeah,
so,
we're going to move it to 1 p.m.
As long as I can drag Paul out of bed.
Yeah, I might be dead in the morning because I'm not a morning person, never have been. But I would normally warm up about 10:30, but I have to get up at 9 a.m. So yeah, I might be a bit grumpy. It's normally Rob that's a grump and I'm the happy one.
What?
What?
Nobody believes that.
No one believes you're a grumpy. You were grumpy when it was all turned into custard to the first live stream. Come on, you're getting all stressed out.
Oh no.
It's
Paul,
me that was stressed out.
Everything you done, you had to sort it out, not me.
Yeah. If it always comes, I suppose I could have rebooted and carry on. Like I said, you could connect to the same stream without ending it. You got about 15 minutes to do it. So yeah,
okay.
It's been going really swell at the moment. I think it might be the clearest audio that we've had. Your new mic headset is really great. Maybe a Bluetooth one would work for you. That way you can get up and go to the toilet with your headset on, but then we'll hear you in the toilet through your sock. So what's the next clip we've got for us? Have we got it posted up?
Oh, okay. Should we go straight to this pair of cases?
These guys are everywhere. I saw a figure only yesterday saying there are 200 to 250 aerial killers every year in the US alone. What are we talking about there? Serial killers in the US. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people go missing in USA. So what are if they're being abducted, what are the aliens doing with them? Are they relocating them to another planet, or are they doing something nasty?
Yeah, I think Clayton's maybe referring to some of David Paulides' or Paulides' work. That's interesting. I still find it interesting. I don't write it off at all. Not only that, if you listen to there's Spaced Out Radio, SOR. There's some interesting stuff. The people are disappearing without trace and under very unusual circumstances.
Some are, not all of them, though.
No. Of course, if you're in the wilderness, things are going to happen. You know,
but
you're going to get chomped up by some beast, or you're going to fall into the water and drown.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how accurate David Paulides is, because we've covered him before in some of my Sunday.
We have, yes.
And some people say that he's got facts wrong and he's embellished some of the stories, which is not good.
Yeah, quite possibly for personal gain. I don't know, but it's a very real subject.
Yeah, but I know he used to talk about if you're on the front of the line and you get too far ahead, those people disappear. So if you're one of those fit hikers and the whole group is way behind you.
Yeah, I think we could be talking about portals. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, and also if you're the last one in the queue and you get drifting back too far, they disappear in the queue on a footpath. So it's almost like animal would do that. They'd pick off the weakest one, which would normally be the one dragging its heels at the back. So that could be a bear or anything really, but a lot of people think it's Bigfoot, of course. Maybe Bigfoot's not so scary. Maybe it's just looks scary and makes a big roaring sound and smells like I don't know. It smells like death apparently. But me and Robert have been looking at a new show though called Expedition Bigfoot, and I have to say I was really impressed with the series. Because normally I'm not with Bigfoot series, but that was the one that seemed to be more professional, and they got some interesting evidence. I thought. What do you think of that series? Since we're talking about Bigfoot again.
Sure.
Did you see the final?
I think it's quite convincing.
I don't think it's staged because they got video evidence, but you never know. They could have staged it, but they sound like credible people, scientists, some female that lived with the apes and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, quite interesting. They also come across an old farmhouse that had graveyards, and you know, Bigfoots and graveyards go together as well for some reason. But yeah, they even got UFOs in it, didn't they, Robert? That was really weird. They were filming and suddenly they had these 3 bright orbs hovering over a tree, and they simply disappeared. They just simply vanished. And
and it's you will not believe how many times that's happened when people have seen a Bigfoot and it's gone boom. Yeah. It's just flashed out. It's disappeared. There's numerous cases like this, which makes me think this is no like natural ancestor of the ape or as I think it's some kind of oh god, man, I'm not even gonna try because I just don't understand it.
Anyway, go and check out the series if you haven't seen it. It's definitely worthwhile. You know my recommendations; they normally end up pretty good. I'd say it would be like 100 times better than Contact 2019. That was just a joke, but this series is way better. Charles, so what's going on? Well, let Shelley handle that one. Can you click on show if he's not swearing?
No, I can do that.
No, let Shelley. She's meant to be practicing. Is she still there?
Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
Shelley was meant to be practicing being a mod on the side. Yeah, so what was Charles saying? Anyway, I'm not sure where Shelley's gone. Did she say she was going? Have you seen UFO Man? No, not talking about hoaxes, are we? That's normally for Sunday shows, but yeah, he has re-uploaded this video. Maybe you don't like my comments, but I put the same comment on. Incredible fast white cylinder UFO passes by. Yeah, I debunked that one last Sunday, wasn't it? We determined it was a white craft passing between two passenger jets. Wherever the video was inverted, flipped around. You missed clicking the show thing on the side chat. You could have done that as a moderator. No, Robert's already done it, so it goes away. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Charles's comment. It was absolutely fine.
Yeah, I can't see why it was flagged. Maybe because UFO Man is a bad word now. He is an idiot, though.
Yeah. He's a buffoon.
I just looked at another one. It turned out to be again Steve Barone thing, and it looked like it'd been mucked around with. It looked too artificial, but yeah, it looked like a distant airplane, orb light, and then this white cylinder passes by, which kind of looks like a side profile of a drone that someone's flying around in front of his camera. Maybe to prank him, or maybe he's doing it on purpose, I don't know. But yeah, what some person's been called out putting up helicopters as UFOs over Las Vegas, come on. And cars driving on the mountain pass. You can't take the guy seriously ever again, right? But I'll be covering more on that Sunday. Today I had someone trying to prank me on Twitter and called me all sorts of nasty names, so I'll go over that on Sunday. Not this Sunday, but next Sunday, because we've got Earl coming on. Special guest talking about MUFON cases that we haven't heard before, which is probably still open and ongoing, even some of them maybe, by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to be on. I'd like to join for that. Just stay in the background. But I can always listen in and do the mod job.
Yeah, you can join. Just don't try and talk over him too much.
Oh Jesus, no. It's Earl's show.
Yeah, I know there's a wee bit of delay between sometimes, and it can be hard to break in and ask a question before he moves too far, because he likes to talk as well, you see. He's good value. He's a good MUFON man.
He's a wonderful talker.
Yeah. He's probably the only guy in the whole MUFON that I probably would trust or actually listen to.
Do you know what? I really think there's a lot of stuff been coming out about MUFON recently.
Yeah, I covered it on Sunday.
What people forget, yes, they are correct to the car and rotten to the car, in my opinion. But there's a lot of good people. They're doing what the likes of what Earl does. Yeah, there are good people. There's no real choice, is there? Now, going back to the 50s and the 60s, you had NICAP and you had APRO, and there was competition, you see. But now there's only MUFON. So it's not a healthy position.
No.
It's troubling.
Yeah, I did play a clip of Erica Lukes on Friday at the end of the live stream.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So if you ain't seen it, you can go and listen to what we're saying about MUFON having CIA moles that are deleting some of the best cases.
I've seen it all, Paul.
No, you've seen it, but other people out there that might not have seen it.
No, of course they haven't, no.
You go and check out the Friday live stream. It's really good, I thought, anyway. But, yeah, what they're saying, John Lee knew a woman that was stalked by Bundy, Ted Bundy, I suppose he's talking about there.
Yeah, Ted Bundy, Christ, he was a vicious bastard, wasn't he?
Yeah, but when he looked at it...
Sorry about language But the guy came over as highly intelligent as well, and that was the absolute frightening thing about him.
The females liked him. I thought he looked a wee bit like Tyler, actually, with the eyebrows and some of the angles. But yeah, he was a nice guy. All the females liked him, and yeah, he had like friends and family that never knew what he was up to. But yeah, there's probably a load of women out there that went missing. That's part of his victims that he never revealed.
A girl broke his heart, I can't remember the exact details now, but the girl broke his heart, so he decided to take it out on every girl that looked anything like her.
Mm. Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah.
The guy is seriously screwed up.
Live show tomorrow, is it? Be my Monday and your Sunday. So 5 p.m. I think I got the times wrong. Maybe daylight savings kicked in or something. I don't know. But yeah, it'll be like my Sunday, my usual Sunday time. 2 p.m. New Zealand to 5 p.m. hopefully, and Australia will be like 3 p.m. I suppose they're like 3 hours behind. And you guys will be 5 p.m. one side and 8 p.m. the other side. Alright, it should have worked, but Robert probably got to it before you did. Well, anyway,
it's all good. Anyway, let's get on with the UFO stuff now.
Yeah.
I'll have to repost that.
I think we've lost your comment.
You what?
Well, your thing scrolled up, isn't it? I can scroll up.
Oh, you can hear me. So that's okay, as long as you can hear me.
No, we can hear you fine. I'm just trying to find where your link went to.
Leave the link. I'll just leave it. I'll put it there. It's there at the bottom now.
Yeah. We're sort of changing topics quite a bit at the moment. But yeah, we got through the main stuff without too much sidetrack though. So UFO Insights. Oh, we got some tricky names here. John Volsky and Emilison Alien Encounter. Is that the one you wanted?
Yeah, John Volsky. And you scroll down. And Emilison Alien Encounter. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's not one of these crazy ones, is it? No,
not really. And again, it's 1978.
Okay. There was a similar one that we talked about previously about in Canada, wasn't it, or Alaska, where the guy built a UFO building and he disappeared. What was his name now? You know,
Alaska.
I think it was Alaska or Canada. And you know, the guy that disappeared, apparently he said he was going and disappeared, right, in the car, and they found the car but didn't find him.
Oh my God, that case! Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Yeah, he believed he'd been visited, and he arranged a final date with the aliens, and he signed all his money off to his parents. And well, whoever he went to see, he was never seen again.
So that building there just triggered my memory to that case. It looks like a UFO building. Should be going.
Jan Wolski and the Emilson Alien Encounter, first published June the 15th, 2018, last updated February the 9th, 2019, written by Marcus Loth. Estimated reading time 8 minutes. Posted in Aliens 1. Comment: not only is the encounter of Jan Wolski and Emilson in May 1978 Poland's most famous alien abduction case, it is the first record of such an incident taking place on Polish soil. Although at the time the Wolski account received very little attention, particularly from media platforms outside of Poland, it has quietly proved to be one of the most interesting and even important on record. Not least because of Poland's isolation from much of the Western world at the time. Although still under Soviet control, Poland was the first country of the communist world to allow civilian UFO movements, including for academics and scholars.
Okay. So I suppose this would have been converted to English. The UFO case. I don't think it would have been in second language of English, would it? What is that thing anyway? It kind of looks weird.
Okay, what are you looking at here now?
Well, we're reading out the Poland case, right?
Yeah. But what were you looking at in particular? What looked weird?
Well, that picture, I'm not sure what the picture's related to. It hasn't got any caption on it.
I don't think that's got anything to do with.
Yeah.
Don't to genuine photographs from the case, you know.
I suppose you were reading the side chat, were you?
Yeah.
Poland's full liberation from the grip of the Soviet Union, however, was still over a decade away. When it came, so did attention to Wolski's account. Jan Wolski, who was 71 years old at the time of the incident, would die only months after the fall of the Berlin Wall on the 8th of January 1990. He had, however, given an extensive interview to two UFO investigators, Henryk Pomorski and Krystyna Madczyk, back in July 1978. The interview would remain private for a considerable time. It is, though, from this interview that the majority of what we know of the incident stems from. The Milford alien encounter would divide the UFO community over the years following the internet, helping in distributing it far and wide. Some point to several details that mirror other such cases, and in turn Poland's exposition from the world as proof of it being a genuine account. Others cite the outlandish nature of the claims themselves in the middle of a global UFO wave of sightings and the fact that Wolski himself was the only witness to the events that it is likely untrue.
Yeah, it switched to PC speaker from the redirect for some reason. Must have been a pop-up.
Yeah, I thought that was on your side.
Something must have popped up here for a minute and then closed again. Yeah. So where did we get down to now? All right, we're reading out this bit here. A large room with black walls. So we're getting down to that bit. Oh, there's actually quite a lot there. I selected too much, I think.
Yeah. Well, there's a correlation between the two cases, you see.
We're about to start, end there. Alright, okay, we'll read down to there. It's not going to go, let me do it properly.
The woodland near a mill sign, Poland, as 8 a.m. loomed on the morning of the 10th of May 1978. Jan Wolski was driving his horse-drawn car through the woodland near a mill sign. He would suddenly notice two strange figures in the distance ahead of him. It wasn't long before he was almost upon them. As he went to pass, the two strange creatures hopped onto his wagon, sitting down slightly behind him. Each was about 5 feet tall, and each adorned a black outfit which covered all but their face. Their faces, and any other skin such as their hands, was a distinct shade of green. All the while they were speaking to each other. However, it was in a language unfamiliar to Wolski, who would describe it as lots of short and fast words. He would state in a little-known Polish documentary in 1978 that they were talking in thin voices, unknown to me. I didn't understand any of it. Not sensing any danger, and not knowing what he would do even if he did, Wolski continued forward. The whole scene was as smooth as if he had been expecting to pick the two strange figures there all along. Then, as the woodland cleared somewhat, another fascinating sight would greet him. I drove out from behind these bushes and there's this, well, some car hovering in the air. He would state several months after the incident. The object, an oblong shaped like a bus and glowing white, hovered around a meter from the ground.
Tick-tack.
At each corner were barrels with black vertical rods running through them. Each of the rods would continually rotate while also emitting various colors. A shining, seamless object.
Let's set up there.
You see, now, Little Green Men, these reports, of all the reports I've ever heard of occupants, aliens, this is just one of maybe 2 to 4 that I've ever heard where the colour green has been mentioned.
Well, there was a few on the other report. Green beans, green aliens. 78 though, wasn't that the year of lots of sitcoms where they had green characters in movies as well? So the skeptics will say that the people are saying that, right? They're being influenced by sci-fis and comedies with aliens.
Well, Close Encounters was 77, the year before. But it was actually a lapse in UFO sightings just after the film.
And of course, Close Encounters, the aliens weren't green though, they were grey.
No, they weren't. No, but what I'm saying is after the film, people like Earl must have been thinking, oh my God, because they got paperwork to do. You know, they have to fill in every sighting. You know, whether it's planet Venus or it's, you know, just whatever, an aircraft, you know, mistaken identity. Who's that guy who's launched those satellites now? I mean, that they're being mistaken for UFOs all the time. Elon Musk, yes. Yeah. So, like, you know, and rocket launches and stuff like that are, you know, often mistaken. So, you know, it's hard work. And they shouldn't really have to fill in that paperwork for what they know, but they have to do that because it's part of their job. Because they don't want the number of sightings going down, you see?
Yeah, we heard that in that Friday thing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And Jan Hassan didn't want to change it to filter out all the stupid ones. Like I said to you, though, we look at a lot of ones like that.
Chances on being Hassan being a male rather than the female, by the way.
I know that. He had his own UFO sighting,
yeah, but
though.
not everyone listening does.
Yeah, his name's a bit like that, isn't it? Female name. It could be. I suppose it's short for Jonathan or something like that. Because what country does it originally come from? I can't remember. There's a big story about him and his UFO sighting and how he got into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hassan, I don't know, maybe African. I'm not sure.
Could be South African. Dutch, maybe. Anyway, Earl will know. Earl's friends with him. He likes the guy. But he has to like him as his boss. Boss at MUFON. But you got to remember that Earl doesn't get paid for what he does, and he really works hard. Like, the first thing he does when he gets up is coffee and MUFON cases, and then gets ready, showered for work, and then goes to work. Then comes back and does some more, and then goes to bed again.
MUFON are lucky to have him.
Yeah. So he's a really busy guy, and of course people want him on podcasts and stuff. I said, come on to mine. You always enjoy mine. We always have a bit of laugh. And he does. He just enjoys coming on with our sense of humour and not taking things too seriously and whatnot, you know. And of course, drama. We don't do much drama. We do a bit more humour and look at the serious side of things. So.
A shining seamless object, he became aware of a humming sound which appeared to emanate from the object. The closer he got to the craft, the more intense the buzzing became, like angry bumblebees. This last point is interesting, not only due to how often a sound of buzzing is reported. Many reports often go on to state this buzzing increases when the witness approaches. Furthermore, many witnesses use the exact same phrase of bees or bumblebees to describe this apparently unique noise. Another detail offered by Wolski often found in other reports was the distinct lack of seams on the object, as if the entire thing was made from one piece of material. As he departed from his cart and walked towards the shining, smooth object, a lift emerged from the side of the craft. It appeared to be held in place by thin cables. One of the figures would step onto the lift and then turn and gesture to Wolski to follow. He did so, and, as shown by the two figures, he took hold of one of the cables. Almost as soon as he did, the surface rose at considerable speed. The next thing Wolski could see was an entrance beckoning to him to go inside.
So, what's interesting here, talking about the buzzy bee thing, so my dad's a beekeeper, and we got hives out in the garden, and just after New Year's, was it? Before I had that strange encounter, she said she could hear a buzzing sound above her, and she thought it was a swarm of bees from Dad's hives. And she looked up and she saw this craft. She said she didn't know what it was, but she assumed it was a drone. And She didn't get any pictures or anything of it, but that was
Paul,
quite.
it's often been described that way. Some people describe it like a swarm of bees. Others describe it as the sound of like a transformer.
Yeah.
Which is pretty similar.
Well, I'll tell you, the night of that strange dream I had with the alien sticking a needle in my back, where I couldn't work out whether it's my imagination or...
Oh, no, please don't tell me you heard that humming sound.
No, I heard, because I normally got this fine ringing in the ear, because I got, was it tinnitus ear? From going to a nightclub and the stereo got turned up, and it made me go deaf in one ear for a couple of hours, and then I've had a little high-pitched ringing in the ear. I just got used to it now. But that night I had another ringing sound that was driving me crazy. It was a lot higher pitched, or lower pitch I should say, and it's a lot louder. And I was turning over and putting pillows on my head, and I couldn't get rid of it. And when I fell asleep, then woke up with this alien sticking a needle in my back. Apparently the ringing in the ear is like one of the signatures of a pre-abductions scenario. So they got all these little clues out there that's not publicly known. That's one of them that sort of slipped out.
But we're trying to point these little things out. That's all we have is clues.
So there's like little markers that relates to a real alien abduction versus someone making up stuff. So they got a whole collection of these little markers that's common to the majority of the abduction cases, and they can apply a questionnaire to them, and they can sort of work out if they're more likely to had something happen, or whether it was like an imagination or a mental issue. That's why I kind of like that sort of stuff. But I said, I don't want. Elle was sort of listening to what I was saying and chatting on Facebook and saying, "Oh, I think your encounter was real." And I said, "I don't know unless it happens again." And the only strange things I get is the paranormal thing, but paranormal is linked to alien visitations. Often people have things walking on the bed. He said often that's a common thing as well. So I had all that. I had this thing walking on the bed. It was like a two-legged thing. And I tried to get it on camera. And I just didn't manage to, because it didn't come back that time where you could see the footprints on the bed. But maybe sometime I might get lucky. I got the phone next to my bed now. But yeah, the latest ones I've had is it's been really scary. Things hovering over the bed, and then it seemed to want to jump my body like a demon. I didn't understand what it was, but I was pretty sure all this sort of stuff has really only started up since I've really been in the UFO field. And once I got in contact with Il, we had some strange stuff happen on our private chats, and we now know that Facebook monitors everything. And
my experience, Paul, didn't start until I got into this field. I mean, I was always into it, but when I got heavily into it, that's when it happened. And this isn't a competition of experiences, by the way. It's just something that's happened. But Clayton was mentioned there about mentioning tinnitus. Now, tinnitus generally, that's something that happens when you've been exposed to maybe like an engine room or anywhere, any factory with high noise, and you weren't wearing, the proper protecting materials. And I don't think Paul, who's generally worked behind the computer most of his life, has tinnitus.
Well, I did, because I went to a nightclub when I was in my 20s, and I had damage to the eardrum after that point. Well, it's actually the little fine hairs in your eardrum. But all I'm saying is this was another tone above the other noise. And it's so loud that you can't sleep, and you're tossing and turning. And then eventually I put a pillow over your head and managed to drift off. Well, not a pillow. Well, I did half a pillow, and I put the covers up over my face. It was fairly cold that night, and when that all happened. And cause so I was sort of frozen, but I could move my hands and tried to fend it off. But I talk about this in detail, draw pictures in a live stream. Just go and check it out. We've got 2 playlists: members stories, so people that come on live. I know I had a free for all where people can come on and talk, but never happens. But we have got a few people like Rob's story out there and his apparitions as well. And also some of mine I talk about, but yeah, it's always good to reference back to it, I think, and when you're looking through cases to see some correspondence of buzzing sounds. And the alien black eyes, of course, is what I saw when I managed to lift up the sheet before it looked at me, and then I just blanked out. All right, that's all I remember after that point. And then waking up in the morning with my back pain totally gone, which was really weird, because when I was in that situation, I was screaming out in pain, or trying to scream out in pain. I don't think I actually screamed, because I would have woken up the household. But yeah, I was in agony and I couldn't scream, and I was trying to fend off this other alien that's inside of the bed, trying to stick stuff in me. Yeah, it's so real. I don't know how my brain would have come up with a crazy story where I'm being attacked like that. Oh, right. Did I already select the previous one? Oh, no. That's right. A large room with black walls. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah, it seems that a lot of people that seem to create influence in the UFO field, which I'm pretty sure I must be, because I do debunking, right? And connecting with some actual people that have had their own experiences. And of course, if they're being monitored and they're seeing what I'm doing, there's a connection there. I think a lot of people have connection with other people that have experiences, and it sort of goes from there. But your case, I don't know if you had any experiences with anyone when you had your sighting. Was it me? Was it after me, or was it before me? I can't remember.
No, it was before. And to be honest, I wasn't going to say nothing about that to anyone until you told me.
All right. So that's.
And then when you had the balls to say it publicly, I thought, well, damn it, I'm going to have to say it as well.
Yeah, so that's the pull effect, as I say, over influence on people, which is good. I think more people need to talk about it, and it needs to be studied. If it's like a collective brain thing, then it's something that needs to be documented. But if there's some real truth in that,
the whole subject, Paul, needs to be a part of vigorous scientific research.
You need people like
data. The data is overwhelming.
Yeah, you need people with critical thinking like me, with some science background and technical skills to look outside the box at it all, which is basically a wee bit like that guy, what's his name? The Frenchman, what's his name?
Jacques Vallée.
That's the one. He's similar. He comes from a technical background. Also looked into PK and
computer science as well as he's got more degrees and a thermometer. You know, he's that type of guy. Like, you know.
Yeah, he's looked into spooky action in the distance experiments and paranormal and also UFO stuff. But he's convinced that the alien phenomenon is related to interdimensional beings that can sort of pop into our world, in our rooms. They don't need craft, I suppose. You know, that's the whole thing. But I don't know. I think it might be. I'm still thinking it's going to have to be a mixture of things, right? What's the universe all about? It's so massive. There's got to be other life out there. Why would we be the only... we got another sub over. Welcome aboard. Can't say that name though. What was it? Lincoln Park Lover. Lincoln Park Lover. I suppose that's a place in America, is it? So yeah. I don't think we're ever going to find out what the universe is. Even if we get into space and can travel everywhere like an alien, it's going to take probably thousands of years to study it, and then you still might...
I think scientists need to lose this hubris that hangs around that subject, and just admit we haven't got a flaming clue.
No. And I don't think it has a start and end. I think it's endless. It keeps on going continuously.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be that, like I said last Friday, that we live in a multi-universe system where the universes can actually collide with each other, and this, I don't know, this particular field that the universes live in, and where they cross over is where time, what we see as time, what do you call it? Time, what do you call it? Time slips. I was trying to look for the word for it. Time slips, where they think they're going back in time, but actually it might be like another sister, one of many sister planet Earths that they break into, in its multi-universe idea. And it's further in time, or it's further back in time. But to them, it's like the same Earth, and it's the same location, same buildings. But they land on an airstrip when it's all run down and there's no one there anymore. So they decide to fly off again in the air, rotate around out of the storm. There was like a storm. Always a storm seems to be brewing, which is electrical storm, right? You always hear about these electrical storms. Maybe part of the thing that triggers the time slide, or what do you want to call it. And of course, they fly around, go back in. It's a nice sunny day now, and there's no storm, and he's back in his own time. So that's kind of interesting. You hear these stories out there, which I've talked about previously a couple of years ago on Green People, I think it was. Or was it the Blue People one? But it's one or the other. They're two good episodes, by the way. Again, if you ain't heard about the Green People and the Blue People, go and have a listen to those episodes. So I suppose we should carry on with this case, because we're sort of going off track here.
Yeah, there's just one thing that I'd just like to mention before we move on with that case. I know we've got sidetracked now, but if you were to step into a portal or another dimension, would it actually be? I mean, you wouldn't know. Your world would go on, and the same people would be around.
Yeah. We just imagine it as a duplicate.
What you've left behind, you wouldn't be there.
So that means you could.
No, it's like a simulation, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be like you get that double ganger, right? So you go into the thing, you could easily bump into yourself or someone that looks very similar. But you see that there's a lot of people in the world that are not even DNA related, and they look identical almost. You see that on these TV shows where they look for twins that look alikes.
Doppelganger is a German word. It means double, basically.
Yeah. So it's fascinating stuff. All these think-of-the-box terminologies that they can say is sci-fi.
It's mind-blowing stuff.
It's not science though, because we can't prove it with science at this stage. So you got all the skeptics out there that will just say it's just nonsense, right? Theoretical theory, but I think that's when you accidentally find out something, right? It's by pure accident. So if you set up an experiment like a Skinwalker Ranch and it triggers something, and then you accidentally spill water on the equipment, and it creates something else out of the situation, and then it opens up a new idea. That sort of thing, where some accident or something opposite to what you're experimenting happens, and then you sort of narrow it down. So there's all sorts of things where science, if they can study it enough, they might get that situation happen where they can solve some of the ideas about interdimension, how they can sort of open up a doorway every time on command, sort of thing. Which sounds a bit like Men in High Castle gang. Anyway, we better read out the rest of us here. How are we going for time anyway? 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and we wasted an hour. So, with the other live stream that went badly wrong.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that thing. That gives me the creeps.
Yeah. A large room with black walls. One of the green-skinned creatures would enter the craft first. Wolski followed and found himself inside a rectangular room with black walls. When he touched them, they had a feel of glass but seemed much stronger and denser. There were several seats against the walls, each held in place with similar cables that held the lift. Wolski could see no lighting inside and assumed the daylight from outside lit the room. 2 more of the hooded humanoid creatures stood inside the room. Each was dressed in the same rubber-like one-piece suit as the 2 who had jumped on his cart moments earlier. He noticed how there were no fasteners or belts anywhere on these strange suits. He also noticed how the creatures' legs were larger than they should be for their frame, and how alarm was visible on their backs under the one-piece suits. Their eyes were also larger than normal and appeared to lack any whites. He further noticed what appeared to be several paralyzed birds on the floor of the room. Wolski wasn't sure if they were crows or rooks. He knew they were still alive as he could see movement in their wings, heads, legs, and eyes. Despite this, however, they remained still and on their sides on the ground. Regardless of his surroundings and the surreal nature of the unfolding encounter, Wolski still felt no fear. He wasn't sure if that was his own demeanor or some influence of the creatures around him. He looked up and could see their attention was on him.
Now we got 2 more subs.
All right.
Cool.
Okay. I think Clayton, now, Jesus, I wish I could talk to you. Clayton, I've experienced sleep paralysis too. Frightening.
Well, we have tried to get you guys on to talk about your stuff.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Now, sleep paralysis, that started with me. I think when I was around about 12 to 14 years, I would say. And Jesus, it's not nice. I can tell you that now. I know that there's a logical explanation for it, or they've come up with one, but it really feels like it's almost like a psychic attack, you know. It's not nice. There's like a buzzing feeling in the room. You feel like there's a presence there.
I think I've had it once myself for 5 minutes, or maybe less than that, and and then I sort of focused in my mind and managed to release myself. It's like a chemical gets released in your body, and it turns off your nervous system to your muscles.
Yeah, that's how we don't go sleepwalking and what have you.
Yeah, and do damage to yourself
when you wake up.
Yeah, but I've also done sleep and walking as a kid, which is kind of strange, and I knew nothing about what happened. I think a couple of times I've done it, but my parents used to think they had a prowler, and they'd see me walking around in my PJs. But yeah, apparently I climbed up this ladder because we were building the top of the house, and I climbed up into this cupboard that they were building on this ladder, and I could easily have fallen off the roof because I didn't have all the walls up and all that sort of stuff, and electrical wire hanging out the walls and all that sort of stuff. And so they heard it and come and got me, of course. But yeah, I've had sleep paralysis as well, and like I said, I managed to break out of it, but I've not had anything like that happen since, as far as I know. I hope I don't sleepwalk now, because sometimes often in summer I sleep in the nude, so you don't want to walk around in the nude.
No,
because that can.
No, of course you can't help that, can you?
It can be a bit scary to the people that see me in the nude. Anyway, what the guy's saying down the side here.
There's some interesting stuff coming down the side chat, you know. I tell you what, we've got a good bunch of followers here.
It's always about quality, not quantity. Everybody keeps saying, "Oh, you're nobody. You ain't got 2 million subs." So yeah, whatever. But yeah, we've got to get these guys on to talk, and it have to be like a Sunday. But we'll do another one sometime. Probably not this Sunday, but next Sunday maybe, and see who wants to come on and talk about their stuff. But yeah, because it's late at night here, I suppose that's the best time to do it. A spooky hour for me.
Yeah. Just address Clayton now. I can tell you, I live in fear, mate, of that paralysis. It only strikes now and again now, maybe once a month, something like that. But when it does strike, you're afraid of going back to sleep because it's going to happen again, and you know it's going to happen again.
Well, I can tell you, we've had some strange stuff happen in this house here.
Paul talked over me there. Paul,
right.
let me finish that. Yeah, and I can tell you now, this is absolutely no fun for anybody.
Hang on, your mic's going, mate. I don't think we caught that because of the static.
Yeah. Night paralysis is no fun for anybody.
No.
And it's something that you do fear and you live in fear of. And I don't feel like there's any kind of good explanation for it. I've often felt that it's an attack. From what? I don't know.
Well, you live in Wales, mate. You might have some of those ancient, crazy Wales ghosts
There's
out there.
nothing funny about it, though, Paul.
No, of course not. But you gotta laugh. You gotta laugh, though.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
What the hell can you do?
You gotta sort of laugh in the face of fear and just punch its lights out. I don't know. You just have to train your mind to be able to wake up your body again. Whether you can do it or not.
Visualized.
Yeah, I think it takes a wee while for the chemicals to wear off. I think your body releases something to release it again.
Yeah, you're struggling to try and move something.
Yeah.
And what I find, you can just move one digit.
Well, what I can tell you, when I've had the paranormal sightings, I've never been paralyzed, and I can jump out the bed and lash out at it. But the alien one I had, which I still call a dream because I'm not sure if it was real or not, I was paralyzed and could only move the top half of my arms and move my head. And yeah, it was like they were trying to put me under again. As crazy as it sounds, and of course I went back and I fell back into the dream, and it was like I was dreaming of this craziness over and over again until I woke up in the morning. It was like a repeating dream. It made no sense whatsoever. And yeah, it's best to write it down, document it, and.
No, I don't think there's too much about this subject that makes any sense.
Yeah,
it's a convoluted mess, and
well,
we're trying to piece it together in the best way we can with our little minds.
People that don't experience these things, they'll just think you're crazy or something's going with your brain, or just too tired and you've been watching too many sci-fis or whatever, or too many alien videos.
Yeah, well, I didn't ask for what I seen. With the ghost sight, with the UFO sight, I didn't ask for them.
Well, it makes it hard to sleep once you've had those experiences too, and it's always on your mind. And you're always scared to turn off the light. It's crazy being scared of the dark. I never was scared of the dark until recently, because those strange encounters do affect you. It's like you're vulnerable when you go to sleep. If you go into a deep sleep, that's when it seems to happen. Yeah. But yeah, what I was saying is, throughout the year, and the last year or two, there's been big bangs on the roof, like something jumping on the roof. This is really weird, I tell you. And it only wakes me up and no one else in the house. And I ask them in the morning and say, "Did you hear that big bang on the roof?" And they said, "No, what big bang?" I know we get big bangs when we have an earth tremor and it rocks the whole house, and you got stuff in the loft that may rattle and shake. But yeah, basically it lifts the house off the concrete base a wee bit probably and bangs down again. We're talking about tons of weight though. But yeah, it wasn't an earthquake or anything like that, because I wasn't only just going to bed. I just switched off the light, and then one day it was just like this huge bang noise, and I said, well, could it have been a cat jumping from the fence onto the roof? I guess it could have been. But yeah, it's happened quite a few times, and now we got all this other strange activity with entity on the bed, jumping on the bed, which you can't see. entity floating above the bed, and the alien encounter, that dream thing I had, which was so real, can't write it off. But yeah, I didn't have this until I started into the UFO field and moved into this new house, brand new house, new location on old farmland. Should have no history, but we can't rule out that this this land has a portal on, because often, as I've said in previous lives, you hear the dead files was the medium. I know people don't take that seriously, but she often talked about these portals where it's a gateway to the next dimension, blah blah blah, which you can't discredit, you can't deny it either way, because we've got no way of proving it, right? Anyway, we've got grey disc-shaped devices. So unless you want to say anything else here, Robert, before we move on to Clayton. What's Clayton?
Let's go.
I think you're sort of breaking up again. Maybe that's why I'm not hearing you. Maybe drop in and out again. Well, I'll read out the next bit. Paul was describing something different, I think, but possibly similar. Okay. I was just saying, Paul, dark, big, grown, ex-military guy should not be scared of nothing. I know. Well, actually attack, and then I back off in defensive thing. I always attack whatever I'm seeing, but I always want to grab a weapon. But you're going to have to listen to my full story there. I'm not going to repeat it here anyway. But Spooky Ill, I talk about my early stuff and stuff that happened to family members, and yeah, it's all in that playlist anyway. Did you drop in and out, Robert, just to clear your mic again?
Yeah,
Grey
can you hear me
disc-shaped
again?
devices, his host then indicated that Wolski should undress, which he began to do. As he did so, he noticed one of the figures in front of him approaching. In its hands were two grey disc-shaped objects. It appeared to Wolski that some kind of suction pads attached these discs to the creature's hands. He could hear a humming sound and see the discs themselves vibrating. As the figure holding the discs stood in front of him, two of the other creatures turned him as if he were posing for a mug shot. In turns, they would expose his back and front, and both sides of his body to the devices. Wolski was not told what the devices were or what the purpose of the procedure was. What is interesting is other such encounters sometimes speak of similar objects that would appear to be X-ray devices. Following the procedure, a smell of burning sulfur suddenly hit him. It was something that he would claim remained with him for several days, such was the strength of the aroma. Again, this is a small detail often given by abductees as an afterthought. It would certainly appear to be a detail of importance. Then, just like that, the figures would lead him back to the entrance and gesture for him to step back on the lift. He bowed to them in goodbye as he did so, a gesture they returned. The lift then lowered him down and he stepped onto the ground.
So yes, sulfur smell. Where did we hear that? The Bender, was it? Episode we did. What was that one episode called now?
Paul, there's tons of them.
No, the Bender. Remember the Bender? The guy's name's
No, the sulfur smell.
Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but we talked about him talking about sulfur smell and tuning in between radios to static to be able to talk to aliens, which is back to that Frank box that I was talking about on Friday and previous lives, Sundays. Footprints, but no craft. Okay, let's have a read of that next bit then. So, whereabouts was this case again? I know we sort of talked over it a bit. What location was it again?
A little bit, yeah.
Poland, wasn't it? Poland.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yep. It was two cases together.
Two Polish cases.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's alright, man. We got more people joining us now. They're waking up in America. What's the time in America now? Must be getting on.
Footprints, but no craft. Once he reached his cart, where his horse stood patiently, he turned around to face the craft. Two of the creatures were stood at the entrance watching him. He climbed on board and continued home. Once there, he entered the house excitedly looking for his 2 sons. His wife informed him they were out on the field. He would locate them and direct them to head to the clearing in the woodland, and they would see an object in the sky in that direction. A neighbor would hear the exchange and would join the 2 young men in their search. By the time Wolski had arrived back to the scene, the craft was gone, and none of the makeshift search team had witnessed anything. They did, however, discover numerous rectangular footprints and evidence that soil sampling had taken place. It would also come to light that a young boy had also seen a similar object over the woods around the same time as Wolski's encounter. Over the years, several people have stepped forward to state they too saw a strange object in the sky that morning. Only Jan Wolski, it would seem, encountered the entities up close. The area itself soon became overrun by interested onlookers and even police. Needless to say, they would trample the footprints beyond any recognition. No molds or photographs exist of them. This is perhaps important. As we will look at in a moment, Wolski would face accusations of being part of a hoax or imagining the event. If we assume for one moment that was the case, then why would he bother to mention the footprints if he would then allow them to be trampled before obtaining proof of them?
Okay. 2 encounters of green skin.
So you got police witnesses there as well, so you got a pretty good caliber witness.
So I thought you were going to talk more. I opened it up so people can see you talk.
No. Okay, now we go back. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We're going back to the goblins.
No. Oh, you're going to scare Shelley now. You're going to scare Shelley. Yeah. Kelly Hopkinsville.
Yeah.
But that was 1955, wasn't it?
57 it says there.
Sure, it's 1955. What are you telling me? There's something else.
What's
going on here?
Unless they come back a second time.
Wait there. What's going on here?
There could be another.
Not having this.
Could be another case.
Not having this.
Could be a mistake. It could be a new sighting of them 2 years on. Well, let's read it out and then we might find out. So let's just have a listen.
All right.
See if it's the same one or if it sounds like a repeat.
Other encounters of green-skinned entities. While many would deem the account outlandish, there are other similar encounters of green-skinned creatures on record. The 1957 Kentucky Goblins encounter, for example, featured an all-night standoff between 2 families angling green entities. The account is one of Kentucky's most famous incidents in a state that has several to choose from. Even George Washington, prior to the famous Battle of Valley Forge in 1777, would claim to have received visitations from green-skinned warriors. Furthermore, these visitors would advise him of British battle positions and where to position his own troops. They would also show him a future vision of the United States. Even as far back as the mid-1100s, there is an account of green children in the village of Woolpit in England. While there is nothing to indicate this encounter, if indeed there is any truth to it was of an extraterrestrial nature, it often surfaces in UFO circles. And it is certainly not beyond the realm of possibility that should 2 green-skinned extraterrestrials have sought refuge in a small community at such a time, they might well be perceived as children. Initially, it would appear that Jan Wolski's 1978 encounter would soon be of interest to UFO enthusiasts only. Then, things changed somewhat. Suddenly, the Polish authorities, then loyal to the Soviet Union, would take an interest in the case.
Okay, so the green people is the episode I talk about, not off.
Yeah, the Kelly event was definitely 100% 1955.
Did you look it
this
up
gives
just to
a different
verify
date
it?
there.
Yeah, was it the wrong date though? That's kind of weird. That's way different though.
Yeah, it just could have been a mistake on the website, you know.
Yeah, probably didn't fact check it or something. That's why you're always going to check. But yeah, go and check out the Green People story. Offer some possible explanations to it all, and also offer a few more intriguing ideas. But that also
it's one of those cases. You know, the Kelly Hopkinsville. They called them goblins, but it's one of those cases that when I'm feeling down, there's a documentary on YouTube that you can find about that, and it cheers me up and it makes me laugh. But I tell you what, I wouldn't have been laughing if it happened to me.
Right. So,
come on, Paul, don't be so boring now.
George Washington, the skin thing could have been Indians with some pigmentation on, right?
So Battle of Valley Forge, that would have been the American War of Independence, wouldn't it? Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, future in the future though, doesn't make any sense. Future vision.
Well, they are attracted to conflict.
Hmm.
It seems there's a correlation there.
Okay, so if you imagine it a bit like the High Castle sci-fi, these warriors actually might be interdimensional travelers, and each of the world go through the same scenario where it can be changed, influenced, which is the Man in High Castle sci-fi is about. Maybe this is a situation. Well, it was a bit strange that he would be lying about these green skinned people, so I reckon it must be true. Unless the story is made up, which I don't know, because it's the first time I've heard this one, actually. Can we actually verify that it's actually written down in some official diary or something? Good question.
I think we could try to verify it as best we can.
Yeah, future thing, maybe. Well, anyway. So what's this thing here? Crazy looking statue of some kind?
Okay, Steve, but okay, there's a tribute there. All right, interesting.
Yeah, looks like you're a wee bit behind at the moment. But I don't know what it's about. What's it say there? Prada. It sounds like it's in Spanish, is it? Yeah. Oh no. Is it Polish? Polish, yeah. Polish, yeah, that's right, because we're talking about Poland. So obviously it's a tourist thing, is it? Probably well known over there, is it? So yeah, I don't know. It's not Poland's not exactly the place I would want to go holiday in, but I don't know. Might be an interesting place out of the way.
Purposeful discrediting. According to a report at the time, a local school teacher, after conducting a lecture with school children in an attempt to calm their nerves about Martians landing, would become frustrated that they would not accept the work of good Soviet scientists. Ultimately, he informed the citizen militia, the local police, claiming he couldn't allow the contemplation of unscientific ideas. The local police would interview Wolski, as well as several of the children at the local school. According to their findings, the grandfather fell asleep and dreamed everything. Wolski, perhaps already weary of the peasant existence under Soviet control, was more than resentful with their purposely mocking-like findings. Many others doubt the incident also, however. Some believe it is simply too outlandish, while others have looked to prove a hoax for financial gain, even suggesting that UFO researcher Zbigniew Llanerchymedd knew Jan Wolski prior to the incident, through his son. There is no real evidence for this, however, and we should treat the claims with the same trepidation as the sighting itself. On the other hand, many details have since cropped up in many numerous unconnected accounts worldwide. Wolski himself would suffer continued ridicule, including accusations of alcoholism. Regardless of the truth of the incident, in 2005, 25 years after his death, came the erecting of a statue at the spot of the encounter. On it is the inscription, "On the 10th of May 1978 in a mill sign a UFO object landed. The truth will astonish us in the future." Despite the amount of documented detail, there is still debate as to the authenticity of the mill sign incident. Perhaps through other accounts, we will eventually know the truth authenticity one way or the other. The two videos below are in Polish, but are from 1978 and worth watching.
Shelley's a good point.
Okay, Paul.
The only thing I've heard about goblins...
I found the George Washington thing, and this is new to me. So I've left a tab for you there.
Yeah, Shelley was bringing up goblins that she only heard references to, like ghost stories.
Yeah.
I'd have to say that's the same, like gremlins, goblins, trolls. What's the other one? Trolls, I suppose.
I mean, you can go into this this whole side of things. You know, we get into cryptids and underground creatures and all kinds of things.
This is a YouTube, is it?
It's really hard. No.
Oh no, it's changing. It's because you're cut and pasting it from.
Yeah, we've got side chart there, so it's gone up a little bit now, Paul.
Yeah.
But this is the George Washington encounter.
So it's written down in his journal, is it? What's that say there? Freemason. So where to begin then?
But
does it actually prove? Is there any like documents?
Oh,
Jimmy Carter.
yeah, you need to go back to Washington's story.
Doesn't actually say Washington though.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Present. What's that thing there? That seems in the way. There.
There we go. There we go.
My eyes are getting a bit blurry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Our story began with George Washington leading a ragtag regiment through the Valley Forge, leaving a trail of blood in the snow. He was demoralized and left into the woods to pray. It was at this point that reportedly an otherworldly being approached George and showed him a map of the United States. Only this map showed the future. Drops of water fell on the map, each triplet revealing a city that was destined to exist in future America.
That's different completely, isn't it?
Well, it sounds like a premonition rather than, I don't know.
Visitation?
No, I'd say premonition rather than a visitation.
Woods to pray, right? Pray. Religious mind. Worldly being. Doesn't say the green skin there though. Could be. It could be. You know, some people have like frontal lobe and start seeing and hearing things. Who knows? So what's this last bit say anyway? Can't quite see it now. My eyes playing.
Later still, Mr. Washington was once again visited by green humanoid figures that appeared to be jumping out of a glowing orb. He attributed the sighting to some sort of local Native Americans. However, there was another observer, and both incidents were published in newspapers of the day and age.
Very interesting. So another site's mentioned in it, so must be something to it then. Must be in his notebook or something.
In 1952, America was plagued with UFO sightings from coast to coast. Many of the sightings were brushed off as Cold War paranoia, for if aliens existed, why didn't they show up on the White House lawn? Well, they practically did. On July the 19th, 1952, an air traffic controller reported 7 unidentified flying objects ranging in speeds from 100 to 750 miles per hour approaching DC from the south. They spent several hours hovering over the Pentagon, Capitol Hill and the White House. It was at this point that President Truman actually admitted the existence of these UFOs publicly.
So we covered the 1952 sightings. All photographs and videos were fabricated or lens flare. So, but the actual UFO event it was actually real, but not the evidence, not the photographic evidence anyway. A lot of people use those images still and get caught out. But that's all it says here about Washington.
I know. Then it moves on to Nixon and Reagan.
Yeah.
And I tell you what we'll have to do. Okay, maybe do it for next week.
There's always plenty to do.
And an episode on presidents and UFOs and aliens.
Well, if you want to research it, we've seen it, but we're just
because sure. I mean, you can go from Washington, Reagan, Carter, all those people.
Yeah, but you want to find out where it was written, where the information come from, so you can sort of validate it.
Well,
because what happens is it ends up being
all I can do is going to be internet research, isn't it?
I know.
I mean, these people, half these people are dead. I mean, I can't go and dig them up and ask them questions, can I?
Well,
or do you want me to get a Ouija board or something and try and contact them?
Someone must have taken a photograph of the document where it mentions aliens for sure. It'll be online somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
No, Paul. I know what to do.
You have to contact an American researcher. How about Dolan? Actually, has Dolan actually mentioned this one about the green screen thing? I don't think I've ever heard of.
I think Carter's case was very interesting, because Carter was all out, and President Ford as well. He had a UFO sighting, and he was all for disclosure. So was Carter. I think Reagan knew a lot, and I think Bush knew a lot, because Bush Senior, now I'm talking about, he was head of the CIA.
Yeah, and he had friends that were Nazis.
President.
Human is great. Wasted time. Yeah, so watching us, some people might class it as wasted time. They haven't got 3 hours to watch us, some of them say. But yeah, the way around that is just to join in the lives, and if you can't watch it all, just come back and watch bits of it when you can, when it's not live.
An hour at a time, or half an hour at a time.
Yeah, but yeah,
and you can always skip through when we get bored in.
Often we get more interested as the night goes on, rather than because we start off real serious, right? And Robert's got to say no talking. Why the things
and it descends into madness.
Yeah, then we gradually deteriorate as our sleepiness kicks in. It might be different if we move the time zone to afternoon for Americans anyway. So you can see many people getting up now. What's the time in America at the moment? But
it's going to be time zones within America, isn't it, Paul?
Oh yeah.
I suppose it's going to be like 8 a.m. for some.
There we go.
Maybe getting down to I don't know, 10 midday.
Yeah.
For some.
It's coming up to lunchtime over there.
Coming up to lunchtime. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's Eastern time.
Yep. And,
so Western time is going to be earlier.
And Pacific time is where California is, and they should
be. There you go.
Getting up for Saturday morning, is it? And having their breakfast, and the other side of it is having their lunch.
Justin has just told you this. You didn't need to do that, Paul.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to sit on Google there.
Justin Drake, the man, was there for you.
Yeah. I don't like dropping other site names. I'm sure you've heard of security. I hate stupid stuff like that. You obviously haven't seen my playlist on security. I'm the one that's been on his exposing him as a fraudster.
I think he was dropping a bit of sack there.
Well, it could be. You don't know if people are being sacky or not, because like I contacted 20 people today, and 3 of them replied to me and said they didn't know anything about his past hoaxing.
Paul, the guy is quite clearly having a laugh, and he's not having a laugh at us. Oh God, here's the phone.
I thought it was here in the phone.
Let me
go in another room. You meant to turn off your phone during seriousness. So we had some other topics to cover, but it's getting on a bit. So I suppose we can cover more. My son will be coming up here soon, 5:30. This normally starts coming. What's Robert doing? Is he muted? I think. The bat phone has to be answered. Let's see. What did he have here? Milford Haven. Did we cover that one? 1978. Falk Valley not mental, Falk Valley Metal Man, 1973. I think that's what he's going to do. He's got a whole list here. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have to do another topic on this sort of stuff. Right, it must be important because he hasn't got rid of them. He's got the links, so he does the research, and I just I'm meant to be sitting in the back seat driver. He gets annoyed if I sidetrack, or if the computer breaks down, and I'm trying to frankly fix it, and you can hear him getting really angry that it's all gone wrong. Yeah, it does happen. It's just strange mysteries with this machine. I don't trust Windows 10. Give a chance, wasted time. It's good if you tomorrow is serious. Well, tomorrow was Sunday at 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. for Americans, depending what side of the continent you are. So yeah, I don't want to carry on till I hear back from Robert. So he talks about me. If I did that on the live show, he'd give me a lot of hell after show. Me, I like to fact check and debunk things on the fly. He doesn't kind of like that all the time. So, what else did we miss? Come on, Robert. What are we meant to be doing now? So we'll just catch up on the side comments anyway. Shelley, on to the goblins again. I was kept too busy to know about too many things. You're talking about working on the farm. They had slave labour. The children. I'm here for ufology. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're looking at lots of different UFO cases to do with visitations and abductions. Looking for a channel that is serious about it. Yep, that's what we've been doing all night. Alright, Shelley, applauding you much. I've kept looking for a site who is not about drama. No, we're more about humour, I guess. We take things seriously, but we also have a bit of humour about things. Yeah, Charles thinks he thinks we're the only serious channel out there that actually looks at UFO cases in depth and debunks them. This is really not my area though. This is why we have Robert on. He's the UFO case historian, and I'm meant to be the more critical debunker, and he's meant to be more believer and 20% debunking, which is good. I slowly have been teaching Robert how to look at videos, and he bought a camera because of my influence. He spent about $1,000 on this new P1000, same as Tyler, who's never used his, and he took some pictures of the moon, which was really impressive. Is Charles still here, or is he gone? Saw Reagan. Oh, he must be still around. He said some years ago about things out there that we don't know about. Yeah, he seemed to have some other information, didn't he? And it's strange how he sort of went. He lost his memory, and they got rid of him very quickly. And he went downhill very quickly.
Oh, I always find that. I always found that a bit suspicious, you know.
Yeah, I was always a bit suspicious too. Maybe they.
Sorry about that delay, guy.
Maybe they poisoned him somehow. Infected him. He's dead now, though, isn't he? Did he die?
Baker died years ago.
Yeah, I can't remember when it was. But I
think he died in the early 2000s.
He was a pretty old guy, though, wasn't he?
Oh, he was into his 70s, that's for sure.
Yeah, they thought it was crazy making a present from a movie star, right? But I always liked him. I always found him quite easy to listen to, and he seemed to be saying the right things. Then all suddenly he gets sick and got Alzheimer's disease, as I call it, Alzheimer's disease. But yeah.
Well, to be honest, I mean, you can't be too, conspiratorial because there were certain signs of him losing the plot even while he was president,
So, because the alien invasion thing, could the alien invasion thing because of his mental condition, or maybe he was privy to information and talked about it when he shouldn't have been, and maybe they got rid of him?
You know, hell, I'm just going to hold my hands up and say I don't know.
Well, we're going to throw it out there for the conspiracy-minded. Maybe people can find the answer.
Yeah.
His wife probably would know some stuff. Sure, he would probably told her. She's still around though, isn't she?
Nancy Reagan. I'm not sure about that. She's still alive.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not too sure. A lot of people died last year, didn't they? A lot of famous people. So, what's the next topic? I was reading out the ones we've yet to do. Milford Haven. Did we do that one? I don't think we did.
I think we did.
Mold-Denbigh. The Falkville Metal Man. That was another one on the list. Alabama. Which is very similar to your very first case with the guy in the silver suit.
Yeah, and I think with this one, there was actually some pictures taken, There was. Yes, I'll drop you the link now.
Let me just get them up on the map. So that's UK, or Wales, I should say. Start fresh. So we're heading over to Alabama, USA. And it's a very woodied area as well. And this is where the Metal Man was meant to be, which, that one looks very similar to the first case we looked at with the area around, with the trees and paddocks and a rural area, right? Looks very similar. Amazing. So is it the same person that they've seen here? Robert. Now let's see how it relates to the first story. Might have to wrap up on this one. Did you have more to go, did you?
Oh yeah, I did, but it's okay. It's been fine with what's happened today and everything, so it's all cool. We can wrap up this one, yeah. But it's an interesting case, Paul, and I actually got this one just for you, just so see what you made out of these photographs that were taken. I think it could have been a hoax. I'm not sure.
Well, I have to get to it. Maybe I have to make the screen smaller. We'll have a look.
Okay.
On October 17th, 1973, Falkville, Alabama, Police Chief Jeff Greenhaw received a call around 10 p.m. that would change his life forever. It was a woman who seemed to be hysterical. She reported that she had seen a UFO land just outside of town. Chief Greenhaw was off duty at the time, but still responded to the call. When Greenhaw arrived at the location, everything was quiet. No sign of anything unusual.
I'm pretty sure we covered this one too, haven't we?
I don't think we have.
Yeah, I think it seems to ring a bell. Which one was it in though?
They all started ringing the bell because there's...
Keep on going.
There's correlations between them all.
I'm sure we covered this one before.
He turned onto a narrow gravel road and drove about 100 yards before he saw something he assumed was a person, but the figure seemed to move in a very odd way. Greenhaw slowly approached the creature in his vehicle. thinking that this could be someone in need of help.
Okay, so that must be in there. Tyler would know about him, maybe. Okay, on to the next one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've done this one before. But
I
anyway.
don't think you've seen these pictures.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. Anyway, we'll just carry on.
Oh, have you? What do you think
The night
of
was
them?
dark with bad visibility, but as the chief came within approximately 5 yards of the strange being, he realized he was dealing with something that was unlike anything he had ever seen. Standing in front of him was a small being in a full-body silver suit. Greenhorse stated it looked like his head and neck were kind of made together. He was real bright, something like rubbing mercury on nickel, but just as smooth as glass. Different angles give different lighting. When I saw him standing in the middle of the road, I immediately stopped the car and asked if he was a foreigner, but no sound came out of his mouth.
Yeah, so these are the pictures. Hey, Rob, you there? You got a visitor? I normally you normally have someone pick up your dog.
Another visitor, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you had your shopping dropped off today before we start the live stream. He's not going to talk to us. So these are the pictures. Now, I think Paranormal Breakdown did this one recently too. He sort of put a picture of a fireman's suit next to it, and it looked very similar, like an old-fashioned fireman's suit. Kind of looks like it's got a face mask there though, doesn't it? But are those two pictures of the same thing? One been enhanced by looks of it. Looks like it's almost like someone's wrapped himself in tin foil, almost, doesn't it? That would make a hell of a noise. Doesn't look like a real fire suit though, does it? Let's see, fire suits. USA. What year was it? 1978? No, 73.
Yeah, sorry, Paul, about that.
I got 72 in there.
Okay, 1973, I think we're looking at now, aren't we, for this case here?
Yeah, I was saying, don't you normally get your shopping delivered?
Yes, I do, but there's been no delivery today.
I was looking at looking for fire suits, but 72 I put in. What's 73? Fire suits. Have I spelled it right? USA. What's it bringing up picture? Oh, here we go. Here we go. So they don't look like 1973. They look like racing suits, but they would be fireproof. I thought we might better easily find something. Oh, here's one. Is that 1973?
But it's interesting that MUFON looked into this and they examined the negatives.
Yeah. So if it's a fireman, would you expect to see something like that, like a hood with the thing going over top? Doesn't say 1,000 degrees Celsius. Doesn't say if it's 1973 though. That one. But I don't think that's a modern one either, is it? I suppose we've got to go to.
No. It's Falkville, Alabama, 1973.
No, I'm talking about the design of the fire suit here.
Oh, the design of the fire suit.
Yeah, what year is it? It
looks like it's in the 1970s. Do you know what? You could look from country to country, from area to area, and it's all going to change, you know.
So this one, has it got a thing going around? It kind of looks like it though. Which one is the enhanced one? It has to be this one over here, right? Photos of Metal Man. It's the same one, looks like the same foot position.
Yeah.
That maybe this is an enhanced one here. I don't know, but you can see more detail in this one.
Do you think?
But you can almost see a face there if that's a picture of it. Looks kind of alien if there. Looks like a black eye there, black eye there. a weird looking chin, small mouth, and a big nose. And a pointy hat, look, going up. That one's definitely got a pointy hat, which wouldn't be a fireman's suit, right? And that looks like some breathing apparatus coming around here, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you got to take into consideration our air pressure could be dangerous to an alien life form.
So I'm not too sure about the pictures. Is that on the MUFON database at all?
It does all sound a little bit primitive, doesn't it, even for aliens? I don't really know.
Is it like a look-alike, or is it actually 2 photographs off the being that he took? Is it from the cop car dash cam or something? Have to be from the dash cam, wouldn't it? But 73, would they have dash cams back in police cop days? It must be a normal photograph.
No chance. No chance.
How was it taken? Does it tell us? Where does it talk about the photographs? It doesn't talk about the photographs here. I think we need to find out more information there. So if this is one of them, definitely you can see the face there through some clear thing. If you look at a fireman's suit, certainly doesn't look clear. Looks like it's got some filters and like a welding mask, right, through the heat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was hoping to find 1973 one, because it's got to be different back then.
Yeah, someone down the side chat mentioned 1981, but I'm not really sure if that's the case or not. I mean, it's a fairly short article, isn't it? So I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, it's 1973.
I would say fire suits would be universal too, wouldn't they? Fire suit 1973.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to say fireman, maybe.
God, I mean, this is the like the the front of the show is now the back of the show.
Yeah.
There's only one way to find out, to find exactly where it was, and to get in touch with someone who was in the know in firefighting.
Mm-hmm.
And could tell you exactly what type of uniform and equipment they were using at that time.
So there's one that's got a clear face. It looks like it lifts up there. Doesn't sort of go to a peak though, like in the other photograph. That still looks a peak, but could it be lifted up like that one?
Yeah. Okay.
But that
maybe
looks nice and smooth though, compared to that crinkly suit. Class 2. So that's a more modern suit that we have, but still we haven't found one from the old days. What's that one?
Okay, but let me just read this one, this bit out here now. Some say it was a hoax perpetrated by Chief Greenshaw himself, although that is unlikely since there was no reason to do it. If Greenshaw did hoax the whole story, it would have been a very bad mistake. As the story spread, Greenshaw faced serious ridicule and was fired from his job as police chief. His wife divorced him and his house burned down. Jeff Greenshaw has never recanted his story and maintains to this day that it all happened exactly how he reported it. And to my knowledge, the guy's never made a penny.
Maybe I should put suit rather than suits. Oh, here we go. I think we've sort of seen those ones. Pretty small pictures. Yeah, it does kind of look like a fire suit though. Does look like it's got a breathing thing around here though on this particular picture. See if I can zoom in a bit more. Kind of looks like something from Doctor Who, you know, Cyberman. Almost like, doesn't it? Looks like a Cyberman. So where's this tube here going around? It's like it's something else pendant to the face, front of the chest, I mean. But yeah, if you got an alien coming to your world, so these ones don't come across as interdimensional to me. These ones might be like travelers, right? They've got protective clothing on.
That's what I was thinking about the whole 1978 thing, you know, Paul.
Hmm.
With the one-time visitors, you know.
I haven't been seeing what they've been saying inside yet. Yeah, it's a bit hard to debunk that one because we ain't got enough information, original images.
No.
But what we can do, let's just do it anyway. Let's run this one, see if it comes out to this one. I think they're totally different. I don't think you can do anything with it, but we'll just see anyway. Okay, see that one. And start that up. Make sure everything's working. Of course, I haven't got the folder open, have I? Oh, I probably did, but I closed it, didn't I, when I rebooted? Where's it gone? It's on the other screen, but anyway, I'll just do it from this other screen. And it'll load in. Right, so we've done it double E. Double E. So let's adjust it then. See if we can see any other details. Let's hope it don't go slow. So yeah, that's starting to look different already, isn't it? Brighten it up. Now we're not exactly seeing the face, and it looks like a black, just like a fire suit, right? With a black visor on it.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's looking more like firefighter. But why is this not got the tube? I can't see the tube like this one seems to have a tube. Maybe it's just optical illusion, but it does look like something there. Going to like you know how you get gas masks? They used to have a tube like that goes to your mouth.
Yeah.
And it used to go to a cylinder that filtered the air. And it seems to go down here. But yeah, we can't see it in this one, but it does look like almost like a helmet. Doesn't sort of have that sort of thing that comes down like we see in the pictures there, where it goes right down to the chest. Seems almost like a helmet. Someone playing a prank? Who knows? Some elaborate costume that someone's made just to prank the cop. Maybe they got speeding fine and they thought they're going to play a prank on him. You always got to keep that sort of stuff in mind.
Well,
yeah, let's plug it through the color thing. So this one's definitely got a lot more color in it than this other one over here. The legs look more solid human-like rather than alien-like, you know, skinny legs. And now we're starting to see the face come through, but I think it's just reflection. Don't think it's actually a face, it's pareidolia.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely that looks like almost like a space helmet there, doesn't it? With a visor which blocks out the bright sun, which you get in space. I don't know, it could be an ancient astronaut.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the phone call he took from a woman who was hysterical at the time.
Mm.
You got to take the witness testimony as well. into account, because there's nothing conclusive about the picture either, is there? The photo, I should say.
To me, almost has it got?
I don't know. I think this could have happened.
Has it got claw hands? Because to me, it looks like the pointy head helmet that Pascagoula had in '73, and this is '73 as well, wasn't it? So same time period. Could it be the same?
Was indeed.
Could it be the same craft, same person, same being? And does it look like it's got crab hands here? Could well have, couldn't it? We can't really tell. It looks like a thumb and looks like some sort of glove, but you know, not single fingers. And that's another thing, is fire suits, do they have single fingers? They would have. That one doesn't look like it's single fingers to me. So where we go? Back here. It kind of, on that big picture where they scale it up, kind of looks like a mitt, you know. And if you go to these fire suits here, definitely wouldn't have mitts, surely. Although it kind of looks like that one there from the side, that kind of looks like a mitt, and they look like mitts as well, like welding gloves, right? But they have fingers, so it's hard to tell. We need another angle shot.
Yeah.
That one's definitely got no gloves on here, though.
So you're dealing with limited data.
It's not. It doesn't look like a tinfoil that's wrapped now. It looks. I don't know if you could actually do that with wrapping tinfoil around you to make a suit. Could be a fireman's suit that someone modified for a prank. Who knows? So what was the rest of the story anyway? But yeah, we haven't seen that one before, but not as good pictures as that, I don't think it was.
Greenhaw grabbed his camera and started taking pictures. The being fled at an incredible speed, far faster than any human could run. Muffon would later examine the negatives of the photos with very interesting results. Not only did I find no sign of tampering, they found what appeared to be UFO-like objects on the negatives which did not show up on the photos. Some say it was a hoax, perpetrated by Chief Greenhaw himself, although that is unlikely since there was no reason to do it. If Greenhaw did hoax the whole story, it would have been a very bad mistake. As the story spread, Greenhaw faced serious ridicule and was fired from his job as police chief. His wife divorced him, and his house burned down. Jeff Greenhaw has never recanted his story and maintains to this day that it all happened exactly as he reported it.
Why did this house burn down? Faulty electrical wiring? Or what?
Well, we don't know, do we?
Well, we got a guy in a fire suit.
In a number of cases of people who believe they got too close to the truth.
Or we got some guy that dresses up in a fire suit, harasses them, burns down his house. There's another possibility, right?
It sounds very unlikely, though, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know how likely you think it might be, but maybe someone...
No, I said it sounds very unlikely.
Well...
That some random guy would dress up in a fire suit, prank him, and then burn down his house.
No, it won't be someone random. It'll be someone that knows him, that got arrested or something. Someone that got arrested, got out of jail, decided to put on a bloody, fire suit, and freak him out, and then later on burn his house down, you know.
Yeah, okay, come on. So where's he going to get the fire suit from?
This criminal, anywhere. He'd probably buy it from someone.
What?
Criminals can get anything.
Yes, if they have enough money, yeah. But did anyone have a vendetta with him? It doesn't seem so.
I don't know. I don't know. The full facts weren't there though on that.
But you see, he is a police guy. You know, he may have sent somebody down, may have sent
but we got
somebody's relative down.
But we're just guessing. We need facts. What the whole case was. It should be like documented in a MUFON database. I think MUFON was mentioned, or MUFON. MUFON man.
No, the muffin.
Yeah. So what have we got? Any questions down the side? I suppose I got to shut down myself because my limbs go numb and my bed's sliding off again. I don't know why, but it is tonight. I'm going to have to look into that. I think that maybe the cord's broken that holds it on. Everything goes wrong. It goes wrong. Was there anything else you want to quickly bring up that case?
No, I think that's an open one, and I think it needs more research before we can really draw a conclusion on that one.
Needs a lot more research. How the house burnt down and all that. So yeah, that happened there, and we don't know whereabouts his house is though. So let's just pan out to space. Why is it taking so long? Okay. So it's quite a fair way from the coast anyway. Alabama, Mississippi. It certainly looks very green there. They must get a lot of rainfall there, right? And as you go this side, you're getting into desert. Look at it. It's different completely. Look at that barren, horrible looking place. That's where John lives. I don't know.
Yeah, John's in Arizona, not Alabama.
So you go from one side of the country, it's nice and green. Middle, it sort of changes over. And when you go up the top here, it goes all green too. Look, it slowly gets green. I suppose they don't get as many fires up this way, maybe. British Columbia, I don't know. It looks like really icy cold up there. So there we go. So you can see here, even on here, where it's mostly dry desert. It's a big chunk. And if you go to Australia, it looks even worse, right? That's really hot, especially there. No, that's Africa. Where's Australia? Exactly the same.
Yeah,
Africa.
I mean,
big dry spot in the middle there, white. Top of Africa is really white sand, you know, the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Why would you build pyramids in a sandy place like that? What would be the reason? Some said because they did ley lines and all that for the pyramids, right? it lined up. I don't know if we can find any maps.
Paul, I found some more detail on this case now. So
right.
I don't know if you want to look at that before we go.
Great. Leylines. Yeah. We'll have a look. I'll just do a quick search there. Have you posted it?
Yeah. So we've still got a few watching, so we can be our last desire, you know?
We haven't bored them. What's that?
The hell?
So I know the Great Pyramids had something. Would be the reason why it's built in the location it is. Because it doesn't look like a nice place to build pyramids, really. There must be a reason.
Oh, where you going now? We're still on the Falkville Nettleman case now. So not sure where you're going here.
Well, I was going on to a different topic, but yeah.
Not good. Not good, Paul.
Yes, it was. We're finished with this fire suit. I'm always in trouble. Hey, so what we got here?
You've got a lot more detail.
Why is that picture highlighted like that, though? Seems like it's been mucked around with, right? That one looks a bit more detailed, though, doesn't it? But that one's
it does.
That one's got the pipe coming around for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Fire suit, spaceman suit. So yeah, what was a bit Pascagoula? That's what I was saying too. Look really similar. Abductors. right. So someone's saying the reference there to what I did.
See, I don't really see any reason for this guy to be making all this stuff up, you know? I can't see any motive. I can't see any money being made. It's interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, but it doesn't talk about the property where it was burnt down, was it?
Oh, yeah, I think if you scroll down, you'll actually find that somewhere.
Why is it not scrolling down, though? Yeah, here it goes. Atina. Yeah, let's read out some of it then.
Okay.
Let's see if it's any different. It looks like it's a bit more detailed than the other one you were looking at.
Greenhaw also noted that the thing had an antenna sticking out from the top of its head and that its movements were jerky and mechanical. It's worth noting that the description of this apparently neckless, wrinkled skin, antenna-bearing, robotic entity is not unlike Charles Hickson's observation of the aforementioned Pascagoula alien abductors, who according to eyewitness testimony snatched Hickson and his young friend Calvin Parker from a quiet riverside in Mississippi, just days before the Falkville event. Is it possible that Greenhaw encountered the same extraterrestrial entities that allegedly abducted the two Mississippi dock workers on the evening of Thursday, October the 11th, 1973? It would be curious to note whether or not Parker or Hickson had ever seen the Falkville photos and what their opinions of them were if indeed they had. Metal Man original Polaroids. It didn't take long for the shocked Greenhaw realized that he was dealing with something completely beyond his experience and, pushing his panic aside with great effort aided by years of police training, he had the presence of mind to pick up his instant camera and shoot 4 photographs of the entity in question. The first Polaroid shows nothing but inky darkness and a flash of silver, but the next 3 images hit the jackpot. In the photos one can clearly see a humanoid figure wearing a wrinkly, metallic suit or outer casing, which reflected the flash from the Polaroid's bulb.
Okay. What's going on here? So what was this here? These are the 4?
No, you did make that correlation, Paul, between that and Pascagoula, and you correct.
Yep. Always see links. Okay. Was that opening up?
I don't think this is a hoax, you know. I don't think this was about fame. I think something happened here.
But they didn't see a craft, though, did they, in this one?
No.
So, and here we go. What's that? 1973 fire suit, asbestos firefighting suit.
Oh yeah, whatever.
That doesn't look the same though, does it? But if it was if it's asbestos, you'd expect. Where's the hose pipe that was coming around the front? Looks like it goes to a backpack for breathing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look the same. It's like a square thing. Looks like something from Doctor Who again, but different. Okay, let's have a look. Of course, the claw-like heads is the thing I was looking for. There we go.
Unlike Hickson and Parker, who seemed, for better or worse, to be destined for fame following their alien encounter in Pascagoula, Greenhaw's experience was instantly met with skepticism, derision and, at times, outright ridicule. Within months of revealing his bizarre encounter, the chief of police was terminated by the town council, his marriage fell apart and, just when it must have seemed as if matters couldn't get any worse, his home was burned to the ground. All of the above factors, along with the usual spate of UFO conspiracy theories, have thrown kerosene on the already brightly burning flames of controversy surrounding this event and, more to the point, give a clear indication as to why most contactees and eyewitnesses remain silent regarding their unusual experiences. Asbestos firefighting suits. Some ufologists believe that the Metal Man was a robotic scout for what may have been an extraterrestrial landing craft, while skeptics maintain that it was all a hoax perpetrated by Greenhaw and an unknown accomplice, perhaps a child, due to the apparent height of the entity, who was clad in a tinfoil costume or, Perhaps more ambitiously, an asbestos fire suit, which are coated in a layer of reflective aluminum, was used to create the unusual look of the creature. The images that Green snapped were collected and sent for analysis by Walt Andrus, a director of MUFON, Mutual UFO Network. The conclusion drawn by the analysts was that the encounter was most likely a fabrication, probably inspired by all the furor surrounding the recent Pascagoula case.
Yeah, no, that's a possibility, isn't it?
Yeah. The other thing, though, that the Pascagoula one were hovering, and that one was clearly on the ground, though, wasn't it? So this is another thing. What's this one? These are. This looks very similar, doesn't it? Earth man's contact with UFO. So that's the photographs, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it might have been a sci-fi that had similar suits. Maybe someone got the idea from. But yeah, I think we should wrap up now. We're coming up to almost 4 hours, and it's 6 a.m. now, gone.
Yeah, sure, man.
I was just having a look at the pyramid ley line business. Let's see. Because ley lines I've covered before. I did one for Skinwalker Ranch, so go and check it out. You can hear my opinions on the ley line idea. Normally ley lines are not based on energy sites, which is what I first thought when I heard about ley lines. So it's based on anything that people want to reference, like landmarks and stuff like that, and see if there's any patterns like pentagrams and parallelness. But yeah, I was hoping to get one talking about the pyramid ones. That might be it here, a triangle of some sort. And it goes off to Britain. Here you can see they're starting to draw the 6-sided star. So is that where the pyramids are there? Can't quite read.
Yes. Yeah, North Africa, Egypt, of course.
So what landmarks is that? Stonehenge there, maybe?
Stonehenge is in Wiltshire, which is kind of middle England, you know.
And then it's got one in Ireland there. I'm not sure what location that is. And of course it goes off to Russia, is it? Or Ukraine there or something? So you can see people just look for these landmarks.
Yeah, you can call them ley lines. I'd call them fault lines.
I just call them made-up lines because people just look for patterns as draw between.
Oh no! I mean, you see, Anglesey now is a volcanic island, and there's always a fault line in his mountains, isn't there, Paul?
This one might be more interesting. This one might be the one I'm after. The supernatural lines. Okay, this one, because it's sine wave, is breaking up the globe into a flat plane and making locations. So this was probably the one I was seeing before. What's that place there? What's that say there? Shanta?
Shasta.
What the hell is that? A location?
So you got India there, so it's Middle East, isn't it?
Well, it's something like that I saw, and it's got one going for Ayers Rock there, is it? I can't quite see it.
I'm not quite sure where you are.
Trying to zoom in to be able to see it, you see. Here we go. Ayers Rock. See, the sine wave passes through there.
Well, Ayers Rock is Australia, we aren't yet.
So what's that one there? Is that a pyramid in India? Or the temple in India? Is that India there? What's that one say? Xian. How'd you say that word?
Yeah, I think this is like a 2-year-old trying to understand calculus, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just saying ley lines, but there are some interesting ones out there. Other ones are just rubbish, but that one's probably one of the more interesting ones. I wonder where Skinwalker Ranch fits into that, actually. Actually, it just passed through Skinwalker Ranch, that line, doesn't it? And it passes through Kentucky.
Yeah, well, this is a whole new thing now with Skinwalker Ranch. You know, there's a lot of stuff come out recently, and you can find it on the Edric Luke show, Chris Marks, Skinwalker Ranch, and maybe there was not that much supernatural going on at all. It could have been non-lethal weapon testing. Well, it's up to you. You have a look at it and see what you think.
Me, I'm always looking at places of interest, like maybe crystal caves. You remember seeing the crystal caves in America? And we know about crystal energy. We've talked about it in previous Sunday lives. Crystal caves, massive, giant. They're very nice to look at too. Caves. I'm just wondering if some of these are linked to some of the ley line ideas. Crystal caves, giant. I'll see if we can get some images up. Don't want to play a video. Yeah, here we go. They're massive. It's like something you see from a sci-fi movie like Journey to the Center of the Earth. I'm not sure if you can see the people in it. But you can see people standing on these crystals. They're massive, right? Can you see that? People standing up there. These are underground, and they go miles underground.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe
gives you good scale, doesn't it?
Yeah, but apparently it's very hot under there, because the closer you go underground, the hotter it gets. Because you got the Earth's core, right?
Yeah.
But look at the different crystals there. It's just amazing to find that underground. There's some more pictures here. Now that one's been broken off.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, you weren't seeing it, were you? That's what I'm saying. These things are massive. It's something like you see in a sci-fi movie. Now, where we have something like that under Antarctica, or maybe the Great Pyramid itself, maybe they got something like that, because they got some water underneath. But maybe there's a secret entrance to a tunnel system. Who knows?
Well, do you know what? There's a lot of bullshit that's come out about Antarctica, that Linda Moulton Howe stuff, and you know the Admiral Byrd stuff, and all this. But I tell you what, there's been rumours going on there for years that something's going on. Now, whether it's terrestrial or non-terrestrial, I'm not sure, but I think there's no smoke without fire.
Well, there's a lot of volcanoes underneath, and I don't think it's probably it's going to be very hot there. It's going to be. Then there's a couple. I covered it. There's a couple active volcanoes down there, and there's also thermal lakes. Same as Arctic. You know how is it Iceland that runs off thermal energy, and they're actually drilling down deep trying to get into it, which could actually backfire because it could have a backflow of thing, and it could actually blow up in the atmosphere like a nuclear bomb and change the world climate for forever. It could all go wrong if they keep drilling further and further down towards the core. But yeah, the Earth's core would be endless energy if you tap into it without safely without destroying the planet in the process. But you can see here they've put lighting in here, it lights up the crystals. But yeah, there's meant to be a map of how it goes underground. I was just trying to find the map. We got sidetracked, I know. Map, cave system. Let's see. Cave of crystals, they call it. Oh, jeez, the planes are up now. I'll never get to sleep. We got a flight path that goes right overhead, and the airport's 20 minutes drive away, so it just shows how they come in. I don't think they're allowed to take out any of the things. I was trying to find the cave system map. You can see how deep it goes. It's just amazing. And now I can't find it because what's it called? Cave crystals. Giant crystal case, Mexico and geographic. Let's see what that comes up with. Same stuff. So this is in Mexico. I just wonder if there's any more like this around the world though. or under Kentucky. You never know. What do you think about map there? Cave map. I know I have found it before on an article, but it just goes on and on and on. But yeah, might have to look into it again and bring it up again sometime. Come on, give us a map. Where's the map? Not there. Oh, here we go. I've got some maps. Let's see, is that the one we're after? Crystal Cave. 290 meters below the surface. You can see here it's getting hotter as they go down. Cave of Swords. What's that one? I've never heard of that one. And what's that say? Fault line there? Is that why the crystals grow between fault lines? Looks like it, doesn't it? Is it a fault line there as well? It says fault line there. Fault lines and crystals. How about that? Now we've got some more pictures here. Looks like the same one though.
Yeah, there seems to be something to this. It's I don't know.
And of course, humans can't stay down there too long. They've got to pump air down there, of course, as well. And they've got to wear masks and suits. I think they've got air conditioning down there to try and make it cool as well, if I remember right. Okay, we better get going, I suppose. There's another one there. Cave of Swords, so we better look at that one. Oh, that's a place in America, isn't that Arizona? Crystal Sacred Caves. Apparently they got a room there you can go and rent. You can actually sleep in one of these caves. I'm not sure how much it is. I think it was on Ozzy Osbourne's show. They went to the place and stayed there. Yeah, what's that cave? Sword Cave. Let's have a look at that one. Cave of Swords, was it? Or was it Sword of Caves? Cave of Swords. I think I'm getting too tired now. My eyes are not functioning.
Paul, let's wrap up, for God's sake. So we're just rambling on now.
No swearing.
No, I didn't swear. I said we're rambling on.
I thought I heard the F word. Maybe it was my imagination. Giant
No, I never mentioned the F word at all. But I can, if you like, on demand.
Well, let's move on. Robert's getting angry
Cranky.
at me.
No, I'm not getting angry at you.
Okay, so yeah, we better wrap up, guys. We have done 8-hour streams before. Yeah, that's when we had like lots of people joining in on the voice chat as well. So where's Shelley gone? She's got one to click there.
Shelley left us a little while ago. She said goodbye. And
right.
a couple of our other good followers have done the same. So yeah.
Right.
It's cool. Thank you all.
Yeah. Men in Black's after my butt. Well, they tried to interfere with our live stream again. We don't know what happened there. Yeah, I know you're talking about something else, but fire suits, YouTube, testing and asbestos suit. Yeah, 1956. We're talking about 73, but it doesn't mean they didn't have an old suit for the prank or whatever. I don't know. It's just not enough information to go on. It could be extraterrestrial. Who knows? We just have to go by what facts we got. But it does look very much like a fire suit, though. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, but in the very first case, it looked like a fire suit, didn't it?
Mm.
And it was easily proven not to be.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they needed better cameras. They had better cameras, maybe, or video dashboard or whatever.
Oh, in that particular case, yes, but I thoroughly debunked the first one.
Yeah, so...
And that was from the fire service itself.
So yeah, so we better wrap this up, guys. Thanks for liking and sharing. See how the likes go while it's after it's processed, more people watch it later. But yeah, we've got a few subs while we've been on live, which is a good thing. Hopefully we get more people watching, and also with
considering it was an absolute disaster to start with, I think we've done well. I think we've done okay.
Yeah, I think the audio is a lot cleaner this time with your new headset. So anyway, let me switch over and say goodnight to you guys before my eyesight disappears on me.
Thank you.
Is it playing? I'll just make the rubber when it's playing. There we go. Good night. Please like and share and comment, of course. Shelly is back. Okay, I clicked show, so you didn't have opportunity to try it. Probably can't hear me because the music will be a bit louder, probably. So next time, friendly time for me will be in the afternoon. Morning, afternoon. Post it around Twitter and Discord. That should be 1 PM California and 4 PM the other one. On Saturday. They probably won't hear me now. And I think it's